Now recording, sorry.
Mhm.
I am so glad you reminded me because I had to start recording too. So you know what? I'm so professional. I'm so professional. All right. Got any more alcohol? All right. Oh, okay. All right, everybody, welcome on in.
Mhm.
Don't
I
worry,
don't have
we're
alcohol, man.
professionals.
I'm professional. God, I need some more fucking vodka.
Mm.
I'm just joking. I have gamer subs and it has water in it.
Nice.
Anyway, I hope you guys are having yourself a lovely day today on this Sunday.
Mhm.
It has been a minute since we've had a session, but we are nearing a fun turn of events as we go into today. As a general reminder, as we go into these sessions, I am not going to be as interactive with chat as I usually am audibly, just because I'm primarily focused on being a part of the story itself. You may see me respond every so often, and also most of the audio clips and also channel redeems are deafened or at least turned off at this point, just due to wanting to keep things more with the elements of the campaign and everything. So yeah, and with that, we can go ahead and go down our usual list and just kind of, see who'd be here and everything. This time, let's switch it up. So we'll go from the bottom to the top. Starting with our fateful undead orc, Larzong.
Yes, hello. I will. Wait, what was I supposed to do again? I can't remember.
Sorry, what's in the script? Shit.
Sounds like an undead orc to me.
All right, and
I went into stasis for a while. I have no idea where I am.
honestly, that's a mood.
The undead
Next
orc
we
goes
have.
blind.
That's like the epitome of like the Castlevania, like die monster. Like, wait, we skipped a part. Damn. Anyway, next we have our fateful cleric, Norelor.
Yo, how is everyone?
Then we have one of our two associated furries, Vladimir and Valkin.
Hello everyone and welcome into the stream. Reminder that on my stream, Dawnbreaker0, that's Dawn_Breaker0, is the player perspective, and over there on Astafin is the Dean's perspective. Feel free to pull us both up there and flip back and forth between. Chats are linked, by the way, so doesn't matter really whose chat you're typing in, both sides will see it. That is courtesy of the Davwyn.
I can burp in two places at once.
Three
Yeah.
places if you call it a game, and also two chats.
Mm-hmm.
Always wondered how the heck that worked. It's very interesting. And we can talk about it after the session. And lastly, we do have Vladimir, our fighter.
But it looks like he. Oh, you're back.
Yes, I was waiting for you to finish speaking. I was not about to interject. And I literally had to run across den to hit record button by the time I realized what was going on.
Yeah. Heck yes. Okay. We need a fucking recap.
Oh,
and I'm
did
about
you
to give
introduce
the
Paarth?
best. I didn't.
Oh.
Oh.
We also have Paarth. I'm so sorry.
I
Paarth
forgot the
Paarth
little
is
dragon.
Paarth is little pseudodragon that goes burp. Except now it is a much bigger pseudodragon fairy dragon thingy that is so big that Vladimir can ride on Paarth instead of Paarth ride on Vlad shoulder.
Ah, yes.
They
The
grow
little
up so
dragon
fast.
is no longer little. I forgot about that part.
Yeah,
Big little,
I can't forget
big
about
little
Paarth.
Dirk.
My, how the turntables.
How the tables have turned, and the table turns, and the tables, and the turn turns.
Well, you see, you know all those got milk ads. Paarth just skipped the middleman and just ate the cow directly.
Can't tell if that is like, we're gonna continue on to our recap because I feel like that would be something different.
Maybe
that
we
could
shouldn't
be taken.
be eating the cows of Helm's Hold.
All right. So, last from where we left off. Wait, actually, this is our first session of the year, so I'm pretty excited for this.
Happy New Year!
Yeah, Happy New Year. We're not late.
Hey!
So last year, there was a lot of stuff that went on in this campaign itself. Recently, though, before the year ended, our faithful adventurers had attempted to take some refuge as they were going to be doing any general resupplying and such before awaiting the final battles that they were going through, which unfortunately led into more of a hostage / interrogation situation in Helm's Hold, with a misidentification situation, aka more of just like confused identity and sorts, and things have been calmed down for the most part.
We were going to be incarcerated for crimes we never committed, just like the A-Team.
We're the good troublemakers.
Yeah. And at this point, you've just pretty much been given better refuge, a good amount of food, and had taken into the night. Still with really not too much confidence in really what's going on and how things have been run or so. But for the most part, you do know that you do at least have newer strengths, and that you feel that those are going to be very needed as you continue on in finishing these endeavors, which will lead you into the morning. So you wake up in the general barracks or so that you have been assigned to be sleeping in. The comforting, it doesn't look too crazy. It's not it's like our tavern's bed or so, but it is surprisingly comfortable despite it being a cot and some extra cushioning and sorts.
Meanwhile,
and-
Vladimir had wing blankets.
Yes.
Yeah, swing blankets. And as you wake up for the day, you also do notice that Akanon is just kind of sitting at his cot and reading into a book or so, kind of flipping through pages at a bit quicker pace. But was there anything that you all wanted to do to kind of get yourself ready for the day?
Honestly, Targ would probably be kind of applying some care measures because, well, he's been dead for a while already, and yeah, that tends to not do, even for an undead body, all that great. He's trying to take care of his decomposition problem so he doesn't start to stink and stuff.
You guys have it. In lore, we have Tark walking around with an air freshener.
Hell yeah.
Run those little Christmas trees.
More of just embalming,
It's a nice
rebalming.
It's a nice citrus scent embalming agent.
Yeah.
Probably not happening.
Fresh lemony scent.
Somebody gotta look beautiful for the day.
Paarth yawns, in which the low pitch, what is the word? Not quite a moan. What is that called?
Like a rumble?
Rumble or
A
low,
gruttle.
Yeah, the gruttle noise that he makes of the kind of reverberates through the floor.
Which that stirs Vlad from his slumber, realizing that, oh, I have wing blankets now. Oh, good morning.
right. Anybody else?
I also rise there from my kind of barracks cot thing.
Oh, right. Vladimir, when you wake up, everything's fine, but when you crawl out to get up, you find that your clothes are all sparkly. You have fairy dragon dust all over you.
Ah, would you look at that? You're finally awake.
That was...
Vlad just looks over himself, realizing there's like a bunch of sparkles all over him. He goes, the hell is this? Just kind of like gently brushes off.
As you go to brush off the glitter, you realize that it is the very much consistency of how usual like kids' toys like glitter or so like sticks crazy. So if you're going to do it, you need to be careful with your brushing. So if you want to do like a sleight of hand check.
Oh, this ought to be good.
You have fairy glitter on you. This is going to be interesting.
Get this shit off of me. Like you're patting like your shirt, like you're holding it onto it, like.
Plus 5 for sleight of hand. Because it is dexterity based. Yeet. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
So you pat and swat away as much as you can, and you feel as if more got onto you. And the more you try to like pat it away or so, you also do notice that like your arms and hands start to get like itchy too, as you notice that the glitter is like in between like your fur and like on your skin, like in deep in.
Ooh.
So you are just now like, it doesn't look like that there's like as much as there was like, to a decent degree, but you do know that the rest that you have is just making you all sparkly and glittery. I will say,
Vlad, the unwilling sparkle dog.
yeah, I will say because of that check, since you still look pretty sparkly and everything like that, you are a lot more of a noticeable target. So anytime that from until you take extra time to clean it off and like clean off your clothes and like your fur and everything like that, aka until next long rest or so, you will have disadvantage on all stealth checks.
Is it disadvantage just from some sparkles?
Yeah. Because the check was 10. But he got an 8.
I could imagine if it was a 1, but nonetheless, unless Ace rolls otherwise, I'm literally just pulling straight from the Fairy Dragon page. Fairy Dragon Dust is a chemical component. It's not worth very much, but it is a thing. It's worth less than pseudodragon poison, but it's a component. However, the amount you have on you has no value. You'd literally have to collect a full jar of it for it to be worth anything.
Yeah, it just you wouldn't be able to use it as material since it's all over you, and with the with how much it sticks, it's hard to get off and everything right now. So
the previous GM ruled with me a long time ago ways that like to collect enough off of a fairy dragon sized fairy dragon, it would like take a month of work. So
exactly, but there is at least enough to like still sparkle a little bit, you know.
Yeah, sparkly fur.
At this point, Vladimir just kind of looks himself over and goes, I'm going to need bath for this.
However,
friend.
that because the dust is technically magical, it also has a very slight magical halo to it. Yay for magical pets.
Yay!
Yes.
Magical disadvantage.
Yeah,
Looks
magic
like
pet
it's going to be
standard.
very unpleasant.
At that point, and Vladimir also looks over to Paarth and goes, remind me to give you bath later.
Paarth manages to make a very interesting looking kind of smirk that was halfway between a pseudo-dragon smirk and a fairy dragon smirk.
Mhm.
A little bit less toothy than a fairy dragon, but still very much a smirk.
Yeah, I know.
Mhm.
Was there anything else, Norelor? Did you want to do anything this morning, or?
Nothing particular. Just say a few prayers to Celion, that kind of thing.
Mhm.
Okay. So, you all take your time waking up and like kind of getting ready for the day and sorts, and after like a little bit of time, like once like Akanon like closes his book or so and like gets up, he's like, "Oh,
Mhm.
sorry, I didn't see you waking up there. Why are you glittering?" As he-
Okay, look. I was tired, I fell asleep by Paarth, and apparently he sheds during night. So I will have to see about taking bath at some point.
he like holds his hand up to his mouth, like as not to like try to show that he's laughing.
Okay,
Um,
look, I thought it was rather amusing at first until I realized that this is like arts and crafts glitter.
It's more of a magical spell component, but it would take a long time to gather up. But yeah, that thing is gonna be on you for a little while. And that also is very glowing. That I don't know if that would be the best case of where we'd be going next to have you be sparkling like that. So I can get rid of it for you if you'd like.
Well, that would be nice. I would appreciate it.
He uses prestidigitation, and he cleans your clothes and like your fur and everything. So there's still some stuck in your fur, but it's not enough to like to cause disadvantage. So
Mhm.
I only wanted to keep an opportunity like that, so if any of you did have it, you could use that spell and clean them.
Yeah, and of course
So,
Paarth has
I was thinking that.
prestidigitation. Paarth has prestidigitation. I was actually thinking the same thing. I'm like, I'll just wait.
Yep.
yeah, someone will clean him. And so you literally see like he twiddles his fingers like in front, and you see he do like a yanking pose as literally all of the dust just like pulls from you.
I'm just thinking of Vlad. Vlad turns to Paarth later when he gets glittered again. Paarth, can you clean me? Paarth does a blep and starts to extend his head. No, with the spell.
Oh.
Oh. It's like, in all seriousness or so, we do have a bit of a situation that is arising, and we got some information that the Helms people were looking to get assistance with. So he kind of like sits down like at a different like table or so like that where you ate your dinner last night or so.
Mhm.
No. So like if you want to join me for.
So what do we have for intel then?
There have been reports going on of different sort of situations arising, and which is a little bit awkward to display. But according to some of the scouts here, I had them look into seeing if there were ways of finding Clovis in a particular area, and I wanted to get assistance in saving him because there were reports of him being at some forsaken sort of temple within the Neverwinter Woods.
Remind me, this is above table, but remind me, didn't we get word about this Forsaken Temple before?
Yeah, he's just like doing a recap for it.
So, okay. So then at that point, Vladimir just kind of slowly looks over to Norelor, remembering that this Forsaken Temple was thinking that this Forsaken Temple, if he recalled correctly, was a Saloon temple.
Selune.
A Saloon. I can't pronounce right today.
Saloon. Saloon.
Yeah, the strange accent over the E doesn't exactly help with pronunciation.
Yeah. Our reports did get updated though. So the biggest thing is that it looks as if there were a few dark-furred like vulpines that were also considered as Goliaths that were helping march up a sort of half-elf, aka description that fit Clovis, up to the monolith of that area. But it's after kind of looking into it a bit more, it's hard to tell whether or not it is entirely a temple that is for Saloon, as the details and sorts just don't seem to fit. So it might just be some Forsaken temple, and someone is probably using it for other nefarious means. But all I know is that Clovis is there, and I need to make sure that I get him out.
Wait, you said the other Vulpines were Goliath?
It was a description provided by some scouts. If dark-furred, long ears, like fox-like features, but had the body structure of Goliaths.
I mean, as big as one?
Around
Yes.
8 feet tall.
Yeah, like 8 or 9 feet tall, and like
Mhm.
bulking bodies.
I wonder if they're from different guild.
Well, Vulpines aren't a thing that's common around here. Well,
Mhm.
extremely rare, more rare than
Oh.
Dragonborns.
Of
But-
course.
Mhm.
I'm just trying to think back on some of the other mercenary houses back in Homeland to figure out where they might be from.
Well, I don't know if you're gonna like this or not, but according to some of the other details or so, the
Mhm.
Vulpine like Goliath, whatever description or so, it seemed to have been wearing some sort of heavier armor that had like general metals with also robes of purple and orange going across from it. And a shield that had an emblem of what looked to be something similar that might fit your family's signet there, Vulcan.
Well,
Isn't that your family's royal guard?
there. Yes, that is. That does sound like the type of escort my father would have there. Now that we know that he is in the area, or at least on
Yeah.
the continent.
At that point, Vladimir's ears just go back with an expression of concern, going, "Okay, something's not right here."
Yeah. Actually, in that case, and I'm sorry to interrupt or so for that, but Vladimir and Vulcan, what is your passive history?
Passive history is 10 plus score, so it'll be 14.
12 for me.
Okay. I would say Vladimir, you probably wouldn't know too much about it, knowing in your general areas and sorts, or at least being able to recall it like immediately off the top of your head. But I would say Vulcan, with your general passive, you do get a general recall that usually any sort of the higher guard that would specifically and only protect like your uncle do fit said descriptions of like having plate mail armor with like a towering shield, and did have like robes like attached to the armor that fit the description. Your general sort of other soldiers or so, or guards, they wouldn't have any robes like that. They would probably just have like the plate or like other just general armor, nothing fashioned like that, to symbolize their structure and to symbolize how like how they've moved up the ranks though you've never really recalled a particular guard with that sort of like fur color or with that sort of structure, like body structure.
Okay. Let's see.
I mean, it
Well-
would make sense for Vladimir to not quite know because his realm of expertise is more of mercenary houses.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. So, okay. Recants a little bit of that. Some of those sound like who might accompany my father, but there's something off about them. And a few of those descriptions sound like that of the royal guard for my uncle. But something's not right. Goliath, like Vulpines? How big exactly are you talking?
It's hard to tell from the distance that they were at, but they were definitely taller than the average person. So they could probably go to 8-9 feet tall.
Ooh.
My God, that is no.
This
There
has
are no
Paarth
such
jerks his head went to one side, kind of surprised by this.
There aren't Vulpines that reach those heights. Not with
maybe.
any regularity.
Perhaps under some sort of magical spell via item, perhaps?
That must be.
Either
But
that or another bout of experimentation.
one of the two. The first and the former, well, that would be concerning that they would have just using it continuously like that. Not that the crown couldn't pay for it or acquire such artifacts. The latter, however, that is very, very concerning.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well. So, if it comes down to it, and this is completely on your regards or so, I think it would be best if I accompanied you in that area, just to make sure that the situation is dealt with.
Your added strength would be appreciated.
Of course.
Well, if with troops like that, it makes me wonder if my uncle is on this continent as well. It would be highly irregular, but then again, all of this has been highly irregular.
Yeah, it sounds like it's the usual operating thing for your family has been thrown out the window for this case.
Very far out the window.
Indeed. So, with that, I think we should make post haste towards the location. According to what it seemed like, it's not too much of a far distance from the Kragmaw's location, but it still is within the... how do I put it? Vicinity. It's still a bit of a travel, though. But luckily enough, I was able to take some opportunity today to set up a teleportation circle. So we won't have to travel all the way that way and take days.
That is fortunate. Very fortunate.
So, there is one thing though, that before we go ahead and get going, that some preparations are need to be made. So, I have actually asked the main people here to assist as best as they can with getting you supplies. So,
With that
much
gesture,
appreciated.
Paarth opens his maw as a gesture, and then closes it gently.
There. Yes, food would be very good. And they're seeing Paarth's actions. I am surprised that they are so amenable to you. Well, you must have done them great service in the past.
Yes.
Glancing around to make sure that no one is too close. They do not seem to be the most hospitable of types.
Yes. Helmshold is well known for taking care of dangerous threats. And since they've deemed your situation a dangerous threat or so, they were just making sure that all bases are covered. Military practices and sorts. You know, not the more comfort or so like a tavern would provide you, but they do get the job done for the most part. So, but in this regard, I'm definitely making sure that they take more hospitable towards you as we continue on, as I've worked with them in the past before. As he glances towards Targ a little bit.
As long as they don't get in the way of our objective, that is all I ask.
Paarth makes an inquisitive sound and points at the guild insignia that's still hanging from his collar that partially got them in the mess in the first place.
Yes, that is a good point there, Paarth. Regarding the guild and not guild, with the reactions that these folks have, I'm beginning to believe that even if we wish to put right the name, perhaps it is best to do so at some later date and set aside the iconography.
Yes. That general thing was... It would be better to get you in the name of an actual true guild, if so you please. So I can always put a name in for the Harpers, or if you have anything for the Woods Alliance or so, I have contacts there, if you're wanting to know their organizations.
Well, I leave that to your considerations because, well, my time on this plane is fleeting.
Of course.
Well, the Harpers I am familiar with well enough. The other one, the Woods something?
The Lord's Allegiance. They are more of... How do I put it? The big difference is that the Lord's Allegiance, they serve to protect. And they do so in the name of good. Some in faith, others not in faith. But generally, for any major threats or so, you're going to get some major forces with the Lord's Allegiance. They tend to be more on the lawful good side of things. But, yeah. Versus the Harpers, which is more of a business and consulting of espionage and SI agents and sorts, versus being purely out of good. It's not always espionage and sorts, but if you're going into bigger cities like, say, Waterdeep or Baldur's Gate or so, some of the common folk may just be Harpers in disguise. That's what I used to do for the most part, before I was in the higher rankings as a strategist.
I see. Well, I will put that into the table here as to who might be a better candidate there to have our names attached to believe that we will need some sort of reference to a higher gilding authority, lest we run afoul of carrying great power around willy-nilly.
Yes. Well, the benefit, at least of now, is that if this goes to rest or so, you at least get yourself a good renown. So you have something to go off of, at least. And that's generally what some of those higher guilds are looking for, is at least some aspect of you're getting your name out there.
Paarth considers and nods and starts to lift a forepaw, trying to very delicately remove the pendant from his collar ring, but is kind of struggling with it since his claws are too big.
So he goes,
Here, let me help you. As Vlad walks over to kind of start looking at the symbol sigil there. Alright, let's see if we can get this off.
You remove it pretty easily.
Ah, there we go.
Once it's been removed, Paarth gently makes a move to take the pendant from Vladimir and stick it into his side pouch, seeming to still have some sort of sentimental attachment to it.
No debatable tricks. For myself, the folks here in this fortress brought up good point. Technically, I cannot serve two guilds at once. However, I can be placed as good liaison for my mercenary guild for others in temporary service. Quote unquote.
Matters of renown are no concern of mine. I think the less people that know about me, the better overall.
It's understandable. And what about you, Norelor? Was there any consideration of going with any other guild organization?
I'm going to cross that bridge when we get there. Crossing that bridge will happen after we deal with the current situation.
Sounds good. All right. Well, you'll feel free to wander the barracks, just not the descending up the stairs and sorts. Those are where their more higher official details go, but feel free to ask for anything that you need. Extra rations will be stocked for the trip, and I'll be waiting near the center courtyards or so for you, as I have my teleportation circle there ready to go.
Right.
Actually, I don't mind staying with you.
All right.
Yes, that may not be a bad idea, seeing as how they seem to have a rather strong aversion to the undead, even those brought back by powers that they recognize.
Yeah, well, when you see a lot of necromancers doing a lot of bad things, you can imagine that raising the dead isn't a kindful thing. Especially what if a loved one that you saw was raised back from the dead and all decrepit? That's not a memory you'd want to have, I suppose.
No, not to say that it is not understandable in its own right, but it does make for more awkward situations than might truly be needed.
Understandable.
I prefer the term deathless.
Not a bad term, I will grant you. certainly has a better ring to it than zombie.
Paarth very slowly gets up onto his feet, very clearly tiptoeing around as to not cause concern for the tavern keeper, considering he's still considered a large creature. Stomping around on the floorboards, he's walking very cat-like to be quiet.
All right. And unless there was anything else anyone wanted to do or talk about? Or...
The only thing I have to worry about is trying to get some food for this big fella here, as he's referring to Paarth.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Food and rations will be provided to you all for no charge and everything, so if you'll feel free to. There's a cafeteria tent or so that is a couple down towards the gates. As he points the direction that you guys were like going to enter through. You can go through there to get your general breakfasts and sorts, and there are just he points around a couple of locations of there being like a forge for weapons, and even surprisingly there is a enchanter that is within the area itself, and like a magic potions shop or so, or more like like an alchemist or so that helps create different things. So and just please, as you're going through and gathering supplies, don't do anything reckless. You are vouched under my name, so anything that you do here is I am responsible for.
No law
Understood.
nods.
Yes.
Paarth gives this a solemn nod.
That is precisely why I prefer to stick around here as much as I can. For myself, I may not be as well known this far to the north, but further south and to the east, the pale orc of the Shadow Talons is quite infamous.
Well, Norelor, you do have a few things in the bag of holding. Perhaps they could be used for trade or selling. They may even respect you more than most here as a woman of faith.
And I also happen to be from the Neverwinter's woods instead of, well, everyone else here at the moment.
Yes, they may be more amenable to purchasing from you there, or haggling with you for exchange.
Actually, it kind of makes me wonder if there's a saddler here.
Yes, I think a saddle would be necessary to safely ride Paarth.
I mean, right?
Perks up.
I mean, it's still going to take some getting used to, but I'm sure something can be figured out.
Yeah. Yes, I'm sure that once you have a saddle, riding Paarth would not be too far from your training from riding horseback.
Paarth makes a bit of a smirk and, like, partially unfurls his wings, knowing he can't properly unfurl them in this small room, and ever so slightly bares his teeth to show that he's much more dangerous than a horse.
Easy there, Paarth. I said like there, as in similarities, not same. You are far more intimidating than any equine.
A happy rumble escapes from Paarth's lower throat, and as he closes his maw and furls his wings tightly to his back again.
Alright, so, order of business for myself and Paarth. get some food for us, and then we'll see about getting you saddled up. How does that sound, guy?
Paarth gives a big nod, seeming to still be curious about it as he glances over his back, then back towards Vladimir again.
And it sounds like you two have your own objectives as of right now, da? As he looks over to Valkin and Norelor.
Yeah, gonna go see about doing a little bit of shopping after I get some food myself.
There. And I am going to speak with the intelligence officer around here, see what other bits of information they may have regarding where they have spotted the various members of my family.
Alright, sounds like we have plan.
Also, OOC, Ace, when you have a moment, I have a quick question in regards to multi-attack and shoving I want to ask about.
As in, like, can you, like, attack and then shove or something like that?
I want to know, with multi-attack, if I can swap one of my attacks. So at the moment it was 2 claws and bite. If one of them can be swapped for a wing shove or a wing punch.
So, with 5th edition D&D, shoving is a separate action than attacking. So
you can't. It just doesn't count as a part of an attack. It counts as a full action.
yeah, that is correct. It does.
Gotcha.
It has 2 separate actions.
In that case, then the other question is a wing punch an option? Basically, it counts as an unarmed strike.
I would say that you could do it as like a shove action, and it will allow damage to go through with it, but it probably won't be like as much as the bite or the claws. It'll probably be like a D4.
I expected the damage to go down. Basically, it would be a bludgeoning, non-lethal.
Okay, yeah. If it's like a non-lethal, I'd say you can just do that as a shove. Is like use your wing for it.
Okay.
Also, I feel like it'd be more like a wing slap.
More or less.
Right.
I just wanted to make sure that if I tried to use it in combat, it didn't derail things.
No, you're fine. That's a part of your standard actions, so you can do that.
Okay.
All right. And so, say for the most of you, besides Targ, you go on out to get yourself some food, as you feel prepped and ready for the day, at least with your bellies now having satisfaction. And for each of you, I'm just going to go down the list to get things. So just kind of speed through this a little bit. Paarth and Vlad, after you are done eating and you kind of like look around a little bit, you do notice that there is a area where mainly like horses and like other different sort of like carriage like animals or so are kept, and you are given like general information that is the area where they keep the most animals for that sort of area. So there might be a saddle you can maybe use or get.
I'll just make a quick mention that given Paarth's new size, he devoured an entire chicken and still has some room for another bit of meat.
Exactly. Yeah. So you do eat a couple chickens, like whole chickens.
Yep.
And you make your way on over. You're given a couple looks here and there, but the guards don't really pay too much of attention, or like any of the militants on the base, as you make your way on over. And you do see a bit more of a brawny human that has a scar that is kind of on the side of their head, as they are tending to some horses, like brushing them and like getting saddles prepped up.
Would this be in his shop where he would have items listed and such, or is this just catching him outside?
So there's not really like any particular shops, at least in this area of Helm's Hold. It's more of like military tents and stuff like that. Like really just kind of like easy and ready to go to pick on up and move.
Got it. So
sort
it's more of a quartermaster.
Exactly. Like this would be like more of like a quartermaster's area and tent. So but he's kind of like sometimes in, sometimes out. Like most of his supplies are underneath the canopy that's there, while the animals are more outside with like a little bit of shade. So but yeah, for right now he would just be kind of brushing an animal on the outside of it, as he like doesn't seem to notice you yet.
So, upon arrival, and Vladimir sees this individual, tending to the horses, he's going to kind of clear his throat a little bit to clear up his vocal cords a little bit. He's just going to speak up softly, going, well, not softly, but a little bit, going, well, excuse me, good sir. I have question for you.
He looks up at you, looking at the both of you like back and forward, and you think that there would be a general surprise, but he just seems unshaken at all. He's like, you must have been the lovely party that arrived last night.
Da.
Look, what do you need?
I am looking to acquire saddle for my ride here. As
Paarth,
he notions his head towards Paarth.
Yeah, and Paarth, in a very docile manner, stumps on over right next to Vladimir.
He squints a little bit at you. He's like, I don't have any sort of saddles for a dragon, but you're free to check the other ones, I suppose. And he points towards like a rack that just has like a couple of different size ones.
Well, I suppose we could at least try and see what we can find. Worst case scenario, might have to custom order one. I don't know if you do custom orders.
I don't think you have an idea of where we're at. This is more of a military operation. I don't do custom orderings.
Well, yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Well,
If you want that, fly on yourself down to Waterdeep. They all got all this fancy ass stuff there. As he continues brushing.
Paarth starts to move towards the rack of saddles and starts looking at them himself.
And Vladimir follows and just kind of nods respectfully to the man, going, well, appreciate you letting us look over at least.
He doesn't respond, he just keeps brushing.
And in the back of Vlad's head, Paarth catches the mental thought process of, well, he's a fine fellow. But
Paarth attempts to parse the saddles to see if he can even figure out for the life of him if he can even figure out if these even remotely fit him.
That is a weird check. I would say probably animal handling to kind of see if there would be a good saddle that would probably fit you.
I highly doubt Paarth has any animal handling.
So it'll probably just be a raw stat.
Yeah, I have a +1.
Because if there's a saddle that's kind of close, you might be able to use extra leather straps
The
to.
heck do I have higher animal handling than?
and Vladimir also has a +1. But
yeah.
I have +2.
And Vlad, you roll, and Paarth attempts to assist.
Okay. Yep. Go ahead
I
and
have
roll with
+2.
advantage. It's definitely going to be a little bit of a difficult check because you're not really too sure, as you've never really window shopped for a saddle for a fairy slash like augmented dragon. So, or a fairy slash pseudo dragon. So go ahead and roll it.
So this is my assist.
Okay. And then roll the other one.
And then for mine, I'm gonna find a little bit of an open spot here.
Yeah, if you're gonna roll on the map or so, I'd recommend.
Oh, 18. So that's
Hey.
19 total.
Nice. Okay. So you kind of like look back and forward between different saddles and like AK like looking at the back of Paarth and looking back up, just be like, that doesn't look too comfortable. That one looks a bit too small. That one's a bit too big. Just to recall, do you have frills on your back or so, or like
Like a
Paarth,
fairy
or-
dragon, there are little bits of cartilage, but they're just soft and squishy. It's not like fixed spines.
Okay, just double checking. And so you do find one after some time that looks to have a bit more of like a dragon like saddle ride or so, or at least a more dynamic one. Maybe not specifically for dragons, but you definitely know that like there are some that are more combat fitted, where there's not much of like a restriction of where your feet can go, and you can kind of stand as you ride and shoot like an arrow or so.
Mm-hmm.
You do see that there are some like that, so you try and give a few a go. And after like a few like 5-ish minutes or so, you do find one that fits pretty well. It feels a little weird for you, Paarth, as you're not used to having a saddle on your back. But it's not something that would restrict you from your normal movement.
Sounds good.
So, and as Vladimir is putting the saddle on, Paarth can tell that this isn't his first time saddling up a creature. Like, if Paarth were to kind of pay attention to Vlad's thought process, he could see that Vladimir is actually going through the same process to saddle a horse. So, like, okay, got to set blanket on first for cushioning, then throw saddle on top, make sure it sits about level, reach underneath, grab strap, run it through rings, and give it a good pull.
The entire process, Vlad has this dragon skull craning around, following him everywhere.
Right.
And when he goes to give a tug, Paarth feels like a slight jut, like he just got yanked a little bit.
Yeah,
And-
Paarth straightens up suddenly and kind of like twists a little bit from the unexpected sensation.
Oh, sorry, should have warned you for that. Alright, let's finish tying up the strap. Reset the saddle as he shifts the saddle a little bit side to side. There! That actually sits pretty well. How does it feel?
Paarth tries walking around a little bit, and at first he does a bit of an impression of when you try to put a sweater on a cat, where he like raises his back and walks on his toes in a strange manner as he tries to sort himself out, but it starts to settle down after a little bit of moving and shifting. Also, one sec, Ace, on your stream, it looks like you have a scheduled ad playing in 38 seconds.
Yep. I have that set up or so whenever I do ads and everything like that. So
Oh, okay. Wasn't sure if you didn't know that it's not being controlled by you.
no, it's automatically scheduled. But that's why I have the timers up there to let people know.
Oh, that's cool. Any
Yeah.
case, Paarth moves about. It's definitely clear that Paarth has never dealt with this before, which Vlad would probably completely understand.
So it may feel a little tight now, but leather does stretch over time, so it will feel more comfortable the more you move.
Paarth also experiments with spreading his wings, stretching out on the ground, and moving in general, and he seems to settle with this. Also, what grade of saddle would this one be, Ares?
So this one can go in a few areas, but I would say for the most part, this is a exotic riding saddle. So generally any riding saddle is around 25 pounds, and it would be about like 10 gold each. Though because of its unique design that fits you a bit more, I would say it weighs a bit more, so around 40-ish pounds, and it would probably be around like 60 gold.
Okay, I noted down 40 pounds, which is the default weight for a exotic saddle.
Yep. And the one guy does check on you or so just to kind of see if everything is good to go, and he's just like, "You're not messing up anything in there, are you?"
No, sir. In fact, I think we found good match here.
Paarth
Perfect.
steps out as I'm trying to remember what the word is, not formally. What is it when you try to move in a very elegant and professional manner?
Like trot or something like that, or
Well, trot is a speed. This is more of a, like, he's trying to move in an elegant and professional looking way, like a well-trained creature.
Yeah, basically he's acting as if he's well trained.
So instead of aloof and casual, he's trying to walk upright, straight.
Regal.
Regal. There we go. Thank you.
Yes,
He tries
that's
to walk
one.
out in a regal fashion. Thank you. That's the word I was after.
got it. It's like, yeah, that's a pretty good saddle there. Used to have it for some unique beasts and sorts, so I guess that's why it fits better. But before you can go out with that thing, though, I do need to get some payment up in advance. So,
Well, how much were you looking?
80 gold.
Well, that actually just so happens. I suppose, if I recall correctly, you did say this was the last one you had, duh?
That's correct. As he points towards the wall, indicating that there was only one of those exotic ones there.
You know what? I'll do you one better. He reaches into his coin purse, and he actually pulls out 100 gold pieces, and he goes, "Here's a little extra just for the sake of it being the last one, and how you've been common is not normal in my speech, professional in this manner."
His eyes widen a little bit as he accepts the gold and is like, "Thank you. Did not expect that. Usually the adventure types that go around here usually trying to haggle and everything, but I'll take 100 gold."
Yeah, I'm just trying to help out where I can. Being a member of a organization myself back in home country, I know how funding can be tight in some regards.
Ain't that the truth? But thank you.
And I appreciate your business.
Of course, if anything happens like that or so, then feel free to bring it back and I can adjust it for you.
Sounds good. All right, I shall not distract you any further. Come on, Paarth, as he goes to walk away.
Paarth gives a little nod, and there's a little warm, friendly puff of air from his nostrils as he walks by.
All right, and I assume that, or unless you guys are gonna do anything else or so, you're gonna meet back up with Targ and also Akron.
Yep, the only thing that I would probably request as a off to the side thing is just what is exactly built onto this saddle. Like, is there like sheaths or holsters or packs or whatnot?
Yeah, so for that particular one, let me go ahead and determine that.
Yep, and in the meanwhile... Oh, go ahead.
If I understand right, player handbook, it states that an exotic sandal is required for riding aquatic or flying mounts. Ergo, it should at the very least have the features, I'm assuming, of a military saddle, which is it gives you advantage for staying mounted when if you get knocked. Basically, it has four-way straps to hold you on.
Yeah. So it is like there is like the four-way strap or so that does go with it, in addition to there being a lot of secure areas of you being able to keep on contact with it. So if you were to get knocked off for some particular reason, you do have advantage on your dex saving throw. As for like pouching and like carrying other things, you do see that there is one sort of like sword, basically like one sheath for a sword that's built into it, and which can be adjusted per size depending on the weapon itself. And then you also do see that there are 2 pouches.
All right, sounds good.
All right. So
One saddle acquired. Yay!
Nice. And with that, you make your way on over to Eknon as we continue on to Valkin.
Yes.
So you said that you were looking to find just a general strategist or so, or like tent of where like someone could be at to get like more information about like the threat.
Yeah, strategist, intelligence officer, something of that nature. Yes.
Okay. So I would say for that case, I would need an active investigation check just to make sure that, like, since you are actively looking around and you're not quite familiar with the base area itself.
There. All right. Let's see. Well, I did mention that to Aknon there, so hope he might be able to give me a general direction.
Oh yes. There. So actually, you don't even need to do that check then. So
okay.
So he says that, like, before you would have left or so, that generally most of the, like, strategical planning and sorts is on the upper building or so that you were imprisoned in, which you were advised not to go to. Though he says that for some of the lower sort of, like, scouting barracks and sorts, that you could find maybe someone or so just kind of like around in the general area. There are like a couple barracks he points out towards or so, but he says that that for most of like the standard intelligence or so within the lower ranks, it's a bit closer towards the gates, so it's a bit of a walk.
All right, I'll head over there. Perhaps if my questions are pertinent enough, there they can someone with more knowledge or a more complete picture.
All right. So after you eat and such, and you gather a bit of extra information, you make your way on over to those particular tents, which is actually pretty close to, if not like a few like tents or so, and canopies over from the like saddlers and forges and stuff like that, as you do kind of like you do see that there are people like that look to be in lighter armor and like more mobile armor and sorts, going in and out and in and out, basically just like prepping up bags and everything like that, and like delivering things. That would be before you enter on in.
I approach the tent entrance there, and kind of gauge a time to go in whenever. I'm not going to be blocking someone's path.
Yeah, you do try to like find a good rhythm of going in and out and stuff like that. When you are like kind of swept into the tent a little bit, since there's just a lot of people going in and out and everything like that. And as you kind of like are like semi pushed in a little bit, you do see like this. It's a lot larger inside than what you would have think it would have been, but it is constant busyness going on in this tent of like different writings of like detailed documents being like copied down from like different areas, and different personnel like having different like sorts of conversations, and people like bringing and like quickly packaging up like the information sorts in different letter envelopes, packages for other information, and just a whole bunch of like craziness. Basically as if UPS was like on a crazy day and everyone was packaging like every second.
I look for a desk there that seems to be a bit more sending than receiving of information.
What is your passive insight?
Passive insight, there is 12.
Okay. It's pretty easy to tell that as the more back you go into the in the area, there is a lot more of sending information than receiving it, as it does kind of dwindle down a little bit. And you do notice that there is a bigger desk that seems to have like more resemblance of it being like a higher like ranking one. And there is what looks to be another human who is pretty tall and pretty brawn, like a like tannish human or so, who does have like their hair slicked back a little bit with a sort of like military cap on. And they do seem to have a bit more of like amber-ish eyes, and it kind of like looks up after like writing down different bits of information. He's like, "Hey you, what do you think you're doing here? This is for military purposes only."
My question is that regarding military intelligence for a joint operation.
You see him, like, he looks at you, and you see him, like, immediately get frustrated as he, like, hits his hand against the desk or so and stands upright, and it causes everything to stop for a sec, like, every single person. He's like, "You think you can come in here and basically tell me what to do? I don't think so, maggot. Now get to work, everybody." And everyone starts moving again right away as he sits back down and writes stuff down.
Commander, I am not looking to tell you what to do. I'm here to request. And under the auspices of your under the auspices of the camp commander and agreement with Aknon.
Aknon, huh? Sure, you're supposed to be investigating that one temple, right?
Among other things, yes.
He kind of like giggles a little bit. It's like, "All right, I'll give you the intel." And he has this little like tannish folder that's like filled up with some information, and he goes to like he holds it in his hand but doesn't gesture it out to you. It's like, "There's only one thing I need you to do."
And that would be?
He like gets back up in like a firm position and stuff like that, like upright, like no slouching at all. He's like, "If you're gonna come in here and bark orders at me, I need to know that I'm gonna get the respect deserved, because I work day and night to keep this entire realm safe. So I need you to get on your knees and beg for me."
I stand up to my full height. Commander, you and I are aware that no such thing happens in a properly run military organization. When two officers address one another, they do so out of respect and do not force the other to grovel just because one has something the other needs. I will not dishonor you with such feeble attempts at persuasion as groveling.
Well, then I guess you're not gonna get your intel, now will you? Now get out of my sight. And he
Hey.
slaps the folder down the desk and gets back to work.
And there. I walk up to him. Sir, are you saying that you would endanger the mission that your base commander has appointed me?
Kind of like looks up at you a little bit, and he's just like, you think you can just walk into our base and tell me what to do? I don't think so. You go by my rules, because I work day and night to protect people of this realm.
Sir, I have been working day and night to do much the same. I am certain that our means are different, but I believe that our goals are aligned in that we wish to protect others. I do not discount your efforts or your hard work or your dedication. In fact, you have nothing but my respect. So, I am not here to order you to give me the folder. I am here to request it for purposes of a cohesive operation. That is all. If you do not wish to give me the folder upon a request, then that is your prerogative. But know that you would be endangering myself and my squad, and we would be going into a hostile situation without intelligence that could have made our jobs of protecting others far easier. So
Go ahead and give me a persuasion check.
all right.
Seriously, though, who the heck put the Team Fortress 2 soldier in charge?
Right. 27.
Oh yeah, you're good. Once again, he stands up from his desk and he walks like pretty much like directly in front of you, like invading all personal space as much as you can, and like just looks you up and down and gives a little gruttle of like, I've never had a soft-spoken man tell me anything to do at this point, but I appreciate your bravado. And he like holds the folder out for you and is like, I'm only doing this because I trust in Aknon more than anything. His word is better than yours, so you better do a damn good job.
And there, I take the folder. Thank you, sir. And just because someone is soft-spoken does not mean that they cannot carry a big stick.
The only soft-spoken person I've seen is the politicians in Waterdeep. And trust me, the only thing they can hold is a bank account.
There. And then I would say that there may yet be surprises for you, enjoyable ones.
Man,
But
I want
for now-
to meet this guy now.
But for now, good day, Commander. I will be sure to put this intelligence to good use.
Yes. Make sure you return it to me soon. If that goes in the wrong hands,
There.
you can expect no welcome here anymore.
There. Da. We will review the folder before we depart. and I will return with it before exiting your gates.
Softest spoken as any man trustworthy. Dismissed! And he gets back to his desk.
There. I give a curt nod to him there, and I turn on my heels to exit the tent.
And I assume you're just gonna sit to a different side or so of it, and then just like read the files.
Mm-hmm. And there, what a charming little man. There obviously has something to prove and not to a commander.
Do you say that out loud, or?
And there, no, more to myself there. Yeah, like.
I'm gonna.
Yeah, just like you find out he has Vulcan hearing. He's like, ah, crap.
I was like, I gotta see if anyone hears this or so, and then I rolled a nat 20. So I was like,
Like no, I'm just thinking like, obviously has something to prove there to someone and to himself more than anyone.
yeah.
Probably compensating for something.
As you do, like, mutter that to yourself, and you exit the tent or so, like, one of the, like, lower, like foot soldiers or so, or, like general assistants in there, like, as he exits or so, you do notice that, like, he pauses for a sec and, like, goes towards you and he's like, excuse me, like, you just talked to, you just talked to the one in command in there, correct?
There. Duh.
Oh yeah. He like just he's like up top, and he just like puts out like a hand for like a.
I'm gonna raise an eyebrow for just a moment there, and then give him that high five.
He is like a lot more aggressive with it, so it pulls you back like an introvert or so, versus like an extrovert. He's like, you gave him a lot of shit in there, so like, he's usually like that to a lot of people, but he works hard, so you know.
I do not doubt he is a highly committed a member of this organization. And sees to his tasks with fervor.
I don't even know what you said, but yeah, he's a hardworking guy. So,
Yeah.
name's Danny, by the way, and he.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to keep myself from bursting out laughing because it's just like, oh great, first the soldier, now the scout. All that's missing is the medic, the heavy.
Well, Danny, good to meet you. There.
Yeah, say just like one thing though, because like I know I don't see like people or like foxes or I don't know what the proper term is to use, but frankly I don't care. Are there like hot babe foxes where you come from?
Well, the honest answer is yes. There are plenty of female vulpines back on my continent.
Missed opportunity having the quartermaster be the engineer.
Oh yes.
Well, was that the quartermaster? Was that just more of the a second level guy?
Well, the quartermaster was more of just like a saddler or so, and like help with like tending to the horses and mounts. So, not much of a, not much of an engineer kind of guy.
Yeah, that'd be more of the blacksmith. Anyhow,
Either that or the artificer.
Yeah.
So.
He's like, all right, what I gotta do is delivery and such, but hey, don't die out there. And he just makes his way out.
There. Thanks, Danny.
Oh yeah, Danny.
Don't you go dying either, I guess.
Oh, trust me, not even a beholder can kill this Danny right here. I'm a machine. As he makes his way out.
Oh, sweet
Wow.
Christ.
What a curious fellow. Alright, and I finished exiting the tent.
Well, you were already exited at this
Or-
point,
yeah.
and he caught you outside of it. So
I find a quieter corner in there to review the documents.
So, for the most part, the information you've been provided has been very accurate. The folder is very thin, as in, like, there's only, like, maybe, like, 2 pages of just information. One of them is a detailed report of pretty much, like, general bits and pieces of, like, locations from where like you would have been spotted, but then also areas in which you are not familiar with, such as like reports of darker furred vulpine like reports of it going to a certain location, then disappearing and reappearing in a whole different area, which is one of the bigger sort of things. And as you actually look more into that specific report of like disappearing at one area within Neverwinter's woods and then reappearing in a whole different area that's outside of the woods, you do notice that there is only like a small bit of time that occurs, like maybe a few hours, and the distance doesn't match up for how long it would have taken on average. But you do know that the location that is discussed upon the initial arrival of that time period matches the coordinates of where like you would have been given the general information of the Forgotten Temple that you're going to. So there had to have been some connection going into like at least this duplicates locations, because you can tell like you've never explored this area and you're fairly certain with being around Vladimir this whole time, you're fairly certain that you've never been across this area. So you have a good insight that this duplicate at a prior time would have already been here.
Well, let's see. Okay, so, well, they seems to be tracking here. They don't seem to have very good notes about the suspicion of 2 separate parties here. That's rather odd oversight for such a detailed and detail-oriented group. Certainly explains why they were so suspicious of us. There can't be bothered to try to hypothesize 2 separate groups here, despite in their very own notes that the way in which both of them are described is very distinct and in differences, and the 2 groups never really change composition.
Yeah. It definitely does seem like a very odd thing in that, though as you do continue reading, there is a bit more of understanding as to why that there was some different parts of it, as you can tell around the same time, multiple reports of like, aka like Vladimir's duplicates or so, would have been across Neverwinter and like across like the Sword Coast in like exact locations. Whether it is like terrorizing or like threatening people, like just basically just like on their own way of like they've been keeping a decent track of the location of the duplicates, and knowing that there have been connections between themselves and other people, such as like the goblin encampment that you were at, and also the what looks to be this Forgotten Temple. And also even with just general reports of being in contact with Akhenon and also your dwarven friend. So it definitely shows that there are connections, but there is the confusion of like, I could see how this is all could be read on paper as related if there was like, if it was the case of like every single duplicate was working together, including Vladimir.
Mm.
So
There.
you do get that in the most part. And the latest actually note that you do see is a bit of a shocker. That there is a beginning of what looks to be a outpost being set up a distance away from Phandalin. Seeing reports of a tall dark Goliath beast wearing plate armor, and what looks to be a older Vulpine who is like kind of trotting about or so in like dark gray and like armor or so.
What the? There. I think back in there to my father's preferred colors. And like, cool. And there, and those my uncle. Like,
What's your insight? Your passive insight again?
Passive is 12.
From the descriptions, it is pretty difficult to tell, like, there's not much detail of, like, fur pattern or anything like that. It's just that you can really see that there are two light-haired with, like, orange, like, furred vulpines that, like, there's just a vulpine or so that seemed to have been leading the outpost of getting it set up. And it seemed to have been a close location to maybe like an off cave or so, but it's uncertain as to why a setup like that would be optimal, you know?
Ace.
Yeah, I saw your text. I'm about to get to that here in just a moment.
Ah, good.
Right.
Yeah, because it's all this is like all happening at the same time. So
Yeah.
There. Well, let's see. Alright. I quickly jot down some notes there of my own, and to give a better context and to make clear which group was what and how they interacted with one another, and then follow up requests regarding the encampment there for crests and details of fur patterns and insignias and the like. Because though my father would still use would still have the royal crest there would be a small addendum to indicate that he was not the king himself. Alright, well, time to go in and deliver this back to Sergeant McNasty.
So then I would say for the most part, you just return the documents and then you make your way on over to the meetup location.
I do also give him the addendum report there and make a request that if there are any other reports regarding Vulpine sightings.
Oh, you ask him and everything like that, if there were?
Yes.
He really just kind of tells you that everything that's on the report is as much accurate info as possible. At least as to what like would have been spotted. Though I know that from what he also details as well of at least the recent sighting at the temple, there it was kind of more than a quick glance for that information, so it may or it's something that can be checked into, but it's still like has enough information to be like, okay, this is kind of worrisome, so let's investigate this, you know.
There. All right. Thank you, sir. I will be out in the courtyard with my squad in the event that there should be any fresh intelligence that you feel is pertinent to share.
He just kind of nods.
Good day. And I turn and walk out again.
All right, and then you good?
Don't die on us.
Oh, please don't.
Eat the food too quickly. Give me a moment.
Aw.
No.
No worries. Yeah.
Darling, you need to chew your food first.
Yes,
View
you're
then
here
chew.
for a Dirk.
Also,
Also?
Remember a fast zombie?
Yeah. What were you gonna be? I thought you were gonna be just staying with Acnon.
I know, I wanted to go over and see what's taking Valkin so long, seemingly.
Okay. So I would say at that point or so, like, as you're finishing up and you're giving up the reports or so, you do see Targ kind of like going your direction and meeting up with you.
Well, Targ, I just wrapped up with the officer in there. Seems that they had some actionable intelligence. There are a few things I was able to add that will hopefully clarify for him what is going on in the world.
I
Biggest
trust
things-
didn't give you any trouble, though.
Trouble in a sense, but nothing too great. I will tell you more. You see my eyes kind of dart around a little bit later. Kind of to indicate that. Yeah, kind of indicate.
Interfere with anything, any measure, then. I was just getting a bit concerned because you were taking so long.
There. And this is fine. And thank you for checking. As I said, I can tell you more at a more opportune time.
That sounds fair enough.
There. Let's see. Hopefully that Norelor was able to be successful in her haggling.
Speaking of, we're gonna go and cut on over to Norelor.
Yes.
So, and then just to recall, you said you were just looking to get like general supplies and everything like that. Is that in trade of different items? Norelor, you there?
Uh-oh. Do we lose her?
She might have stepped away. She was still coughing in the distance.
Yeah.
Okay. That makes
Might be getting
sense.
some water.
Yeah.
But yeah, after Vlad and Paarth's arrival back with after their arrival back with to Acnon and Targ, Vladimir begins to kind of do the minor adjustments for comfort for Paarth, and then once that was taken care of, he would have taken one of his two machetes and just kind of adjust the sheath to its size
Which
Just getting
once
yourself
again
prepped
earns a big dragon snout curling around to look at it.
I will say for those of you who do make it back and everything like that, and Tark, this would have been something mainly that you would have seen Akron primarily be focused on, is that there is like a circle that is like near like the training courts or so, near like the middle area, and he would have just been kind of like making sure that it's still connected and everything like that, and like meditating and focus. As time would have passed, and then you would have checked on, Valkin.
Look, you
So,
doing okay there now, Ren?
yeah, I'm better. The fact that I was sick of me in the middle of all that was not helping.
Nah, that's all right. Well, as long as you're not dying, that's good.
Yeah, I guess we can now do the part that you're trying to do for her.
Yes. So just to double check, Norelor, you wanted to be like just trading goods and everything like that.
Yeah, I asked if there's a place where I could sell some valuables and buy some items.
Yeah. I mean, I'd say for the most part, like there is a tent set up or so for general other smaller goods or so, as mainly for like weapons and stuff like that. Those are already kind of like pre-given out to people, but there is like a pseudo convenience store that is available. That's more of just like a convenience tent or so. As you actually see what looks to be a dwarf that is kind of working in there and like keeping everything good to go. He's
So, yeah, so approach and greet the dwarf.
oh, hello there. Oh, fancy seeing you here after all the ruckus you caused. How can I help you?
After we took care of the goblins a couple of nights ago, we still have some stuff that we would like to sell.
Oh, they come to the right place. All right, let's see what you got there, lass.
Okay. Okay, if I look at the loot list, I believe we got some... Yeah, we got some religious items worth 150, 50, and 120 each, as well as 4 silver goblets with moonstones worth 60 each.
Okay, can you send that in the chat of just what you're trying to sell off, just so that way I have a record list of it?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it'll help me keep it organized. So thank you.
Okay. So see that. Okay, that's one set. I'll grab the other one for my...
Okay.
Yeah, those are just the objects that treasures that don't seem to have much use.
Okay. So let me tally that up a little bit. He kind of like looks over them and everything as they're being set out, and it's like, ooh, now that's a good find you got there. Where'd you get these by chance?
See, one of these is... See, points to the goblins. These we got after driving it off a young dragon.
Oh, so you fought a dragon after these? Must be a quite good crew, I tell you.
I said, these we found in a goblin nest. She points to the religious items. We found these in a goblin nest we cleared.
That would have been really funny if he asked that question right as Paarth and Vlad are walking by.
Sadly, it's a separate location, opposite direction. Now here's the demo man. Oh, I wish I could do a demo man accent. He's so funny.
What makes me a good demo man? If I were a bad demo man, I wouldn't be sitting here discussing it with you now, would I?
Oh yeah. I'm gonna call them Cyclops. So getting back on it, it's like, alright. Yeah, your general value for that would be pretty high for it, but I would say in the condition it's actually going for, I could get you maybe at like half price for it. So let's see, carry the 5 and 2. I'll give it to you for 280 gold.
Said, well, that will work.
All right, let me go ahead and get that for you. And he gets out like a little personal like coin pouch bag or so, and like divvies out the 280 gold, and hands it over to you. It's like, budget done business with you.
Yes. I said, also, do you know where I could get a few healing potions?
Oh yeah, actually I have some here in stock. We've actually got a good amount of them for different usages and sorts. Let me go ahead and see what we got in stock here. As he just kind of like sifts through the back a little bit. It's like, I know that you've been dealing with the Acheron fella, so I'm gonna be going ahead and giving you a little bit of a discount on these. So I've got 2 pretty good ones. So I've got plenty of stock with some greater healing potions, and got a little bit, very limited stock of some superior healing potions.
She goes, how much would the greater healing potions cost?
Let's see here.
Just player to group. The reason why she's looking for the healing potions is because we only have 1 left.
Yeah,
Mhm.
definitely
Nope.
should get some.
Absolutely restock.
Okay.
Especially since you're the only one who can heal.
Yeah, and if I'm down, someone else is gonna have to use the potion on me.
Yeah, Paarth had to lose his because it was a very weak healing spell and he needed more utility.
1 crossfire, 1 wayward pinch of potassium chloride, 1 errant twitch.
Yes,
And
we know
kablooey!
our song. I know you can quote every video all the way through.
I had to think of that one for a bit.
That was a harder one, but yeah. We know. Alright, so he looks up his, like a sort of like assorted book of prices. And he gives the following quote. For each greater healing potion, it is 100 gold. But if you do a what he likes to call a half a baker's dozen combo, if you buy 6, you get 1 for free. But because of your connection with Acheron, he is willing to drive down the price to 75 gold each, and then still do the 7th one is free.
Okay, is it right if he takes from the collected pool to pay for the potions?
Yeah. I'd say so.
He also does give you the pricing for the superior ones, which are about 200 gold each, and that is at a discounted price. But there's only 4 available. Though if you do intend to buy the whole stock or so as it is, he'll give you a pretty good discount for it, as he's looking to get rid of those.
Hopefully a really pretty good discount there, seeing as how he purchased all those other items for half.
Yeah.
Well, she knows you. In order for the person to make a profit, they have to sell things higher than they pay for it. That's the only reason she agreed at the half price.
So, what will it be? Are you looking for something different?
Yeah, just gonna look up what the collective pool is right now.
Okay.
Collective pool is 420 gold. And
420 gold, and that's plus the 280 you got.
yeah.
Oh, well, it wouldn't. For these 7 greater healing potions, you could just, like, you would end up with, like, 270 for the collective, and you'd be able to afford it.
Yeah. So do the greater healing potions with the 270.
All right, let's do it. And he gets them all nice up in a very he gets them in a custom saddle that pretty much like helps like put it towards like on your waist or so they're easy to transport and they don't like clang around a bunch and get destroyed.
Okay.
It only fits 6, but he does hand you the other one as well.
Alright.
He's like, I heard from that you're gonna be going and taking care of that temple. Is that correct?
Yes. Someone we need is trapped there.
He like kind of looks around a little bit. He's like, you seem to be a person of faith, right? Of a certain clergy.
I see nods. I am a cleric.
What's your domain and your deity?
I am a domain of life cleric, and the person, my deity is the moon goddess Saloon.
Ah, Saloon. Very good for those elven folk.
Mhm.
I would watch your back there. As best as you can.
Is something you know that I don't, beyond it's just being an old abandoned temple to some forgotten god?
Well, this is from the rumors that I've heard, but it's not yet in the reportings, from what at least I know. But according to what it's been kind of discussed about and confused with a little bit, they're said to have been followers of more of a darker practice there now, seeming having an interest with the Vulpine like that you're around. So I'd be very careful. That light is probably going to help you when you need it most.
Okay.
I'd make sure your connection is especially strong with Saloon, as you might not feel her connection when you're in there.
Thanks for the warning.
Of course. Have a good day, as he takes your money and shoos you off.
Yeah, she goes back.
Yeah, Don, check the
Yes.
world chat.
Here, alright. Let's see.
So, just double check, he's saying it's some sort of darker, more sinister worship going on at the temple nowadays?
I'm so sorry, I was distracted by something different. What was your question again?
So, what the Softgeek said is that there's some darker elements doing the worship in that temple now?
Oh, yeah. And if you would like to do a religion check to kind of like get a general vibe of what he means, you're feel free to do so. As there, it seems as if he's hinting at something that is familiar towards your faith, but it's as it is just still a rumor. Like it seems something that you might know of.
I want to be talking about people of Shaw.
Would you want to do like a insight or like a religion check?
Yeah, I'll do a check. Let me quickly look at my sheet. I think I'll do religion, as that's the religion's 5. Insight is 7. So I guess I'll do insight.
Okay, go for it.
I will to drop the
Drop it in the mist.
19.
Damn, nice.
Nice.
Okay. When you talked with the shopkeep, his interest of your deity saloon peaked, as you could tell from his body language. Like, he became more interested in getting conversation. Whether it is like sort of like a like teasing of like I love hearing rumors sort of thing, or from just pure general curiosity, it's unknown. But you can tell that there is definitely, like, he is definitely hinting that you are going to need like a special like extra faith going on with your deity if you're going to be going in there. So there is a big emphasis. So it's not a bad like intuition to have that maybe instead of it being a temple of Saloon or of another forgotten deity, it might be like followers of Shar. But that's only really from what he said as a rumor and what he indicated.
Yeah. Yeah, sure. Saloon's opposite. That's... This goes... that's a potential problem, but one I will discuss with the group.
Okay, so you make your way back then?
Yeah, and I'll make sure to mention the robot thing to them, just so they have a heads up.
Okay. So at this point then, as everyone's kind of regathering back up or so, you do see Akhenon is still trying to focus on the, like, driving that connection again with the portal, for the teleportation circle. But you are able to kind of get back and talk with each other, and anything you do feel free to talk about, you are more than able to.
Alright. She goes, she still has the spell potion in her hands and goes, Vlad. She gives it to him. Just because you might be occasionally too far for me to heal. She gives him one to hit the spell healing. Potion of greater healing.
To who?
Vladimir. As he's healed the other frontliner.
Well, did you note that down, Aeros?
Say that one more time. I was kind of bouncing around.
You're good. You're receiving a potion of greater healing.
Okay. I will make a note of that. And this would have been just like right after, as you were approaching back to the group, you could see that Vladimir and Paarth are getting used to the this interesting looking saddle setup. And interesting enough, there's no reins on this one.
Alright. Sorry.
Yep, he only has the saddle horn to hold on to.
Mm-hmm.
So goes, so well, that looks like it's going to be taking some getting used to for the both of you.
The more so for Paarth, because he's never had saddles before, but I've ridden horseback before, back in home country.
Because, she takes the spell potion it has. This is an extra, and since you'll be one of the frontliners, it might be a good idea for you to have it.
Wall clear from Norelor, and after making sure that the potion is safely put away, I'm rolling a strength check for Paarth to attempt jumping while Vlad is saddled.
If you want to.
Oh, no.
Well, what is it, Feld?
Yeah,
All right.
Paarth attempted to jump and absolutely failed trying to jump with the load of Vlad on his back.
Yeah. So as you go to like jump and get yourself a little like moving and grooving a little bit, one part of a cord that seems to have gone a little bit loose. You accidentally step on it, and it causes you to slip a little bit and just plant face forward.
Bonk.
Vlad, were you riding him at that point or no?
Oh,
Yes.
I need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
With advantage.
As not to be thrown off. Yeah, with advantage, as not be thrown off.
Okay. So
Now you get to
we are
find out
going-
if the saddle works.
advantage, dexterity save. Okay,
Who
so
else?
that'll be 22.
That was close.
All
Yeah,
right.
you got it. So you just feel the sudden jerking of your whole body, Vlad, as as all you feel is just some upward mobility and then immediately hitting the ground as you're just shaking everywhere.
It's just that. Oh shit!
So,
Oh,
Paarth looks embarrassed with his head on the ground and his butt in the air.
Said, well, you did. I said, yeah, it takes a good bit of getting used. Probably does take quite a bit of getting used to these things.
oh.
She-
I think a strap might have gotten loose. I'll have to hop down and see if I can reset it.
Yeah, you do so effectively.
Paarth gets back up onto all fours and hangs his head, looking just looking completely disappointed in himself.
At that point, Vladimir does walk over to face Paarth at his front and just kind of gives him a gentle pet on the head, square in the middle of his forehead. And he just goes, there, that's fine. You're still learning. You're still learning.
There's a deep kind of noise from Paarth's throat as he nuzzles into Vlad while straightening himself out.
Okay, I think that's enough, training for now. I think we are expected.
is
Hmm. Well, it looks like something that the two of you will need to get a bit more used to. Perhaps if Paarth walks around a little bit more with the saddle, gets a little bit more used to it before you and the saddle's weight and distribution are attempted.
Duh, he did wander around a bit first to get used to saddle. So he's going to need that a bit longer first.
Yes, best to exercise caution regardless, though.
The dragon nods and, after straightening himself out, starts to move alongside Vlad again.
All right. Was there anything else you wanted to discuss or so before you'd be
No.
making ways?
Let's see here. Kind of wrapping up. There from Tarb's concern here in the game chat.
I'll just check.
Uh,
Out of character wise, I just need to check with you guys. Do you have increased our meat rations, considering the fact that you have a larger carnivore now?
well, they said the rations were going to be provided free of charge. Given the fact that we have a dragon, I think they'll take that into account.
Yeah. So I will say for the most part that for everyone's rations, everyone is given an additional week of rations. And for you, Paarth, they are adjusted size-wise, so you can still kind of eat from it or so.
So 1 week
but
rations are loaded into Paarth's bags.
Yeah, and it's 1 week of for everybody.
Okay.
Yay for undead not having that sort of upkeep cost.
Hell yeah.
mhm.
So, unless there was anything else that was wanting to be discussed or so.
I mean, yeah, see, Norelor mentioned the possibility of Shaw follows being at the place, but that's like with everyone in the group.
Yeah. Especially with the notion of it's a rumor and it's not really in the reportings from what you've been told.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So
And to kind of close out the little side conversation there in the game chat, take a sharp inhale there. Well, to be honest, it has been less than opportune. It weighs heavily, but the only way to address this is to move forward and get to the bottom of it. So there is to it.
Yes, that is a good way of putting it, I suppose.
So, first things first, see if we can't find out more about and from the sounds of it, rescue my father. If we can, if he is in fact a more or less bystander, they're not in cahoots with my uncle, well, that will help us immensely.
Knowing your enemy as well as you know yourself is integral to winning a battle,
Yes.
a war.
And as well as I know my uncle, or thought I did, my father will likely know even more. So, there is no sense in spending too much time on that. I'm ready to go.
Very well then. Let us get the ball moving, as they say.
It's clear that Valkin is leaning fairly heavily on the royal training there of stiff upper lip, don't let them see weakness in the leader kind to keep himself together.
right. So okay. So
Right.
Yep. Sounds good then. So as you do your final preparations and such, it actually does give about just enough time where you do see this larger circle occur, and it kind of glows with a cyan, a bit of light, as you do see that Akhenon has prepared the portal and everything. It's like, all right, we should be good to go. So all we have to do is just step into the light here, and then we'll be back at my place, and it'll be a bit of a travel as we go there, but it won't be too bad.
There.
So, and I assume everyone enters in completely fine.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah.
Cool.
Paarth
So-
sits down and curls his tail in to make sure that he's fully in the circle.
Sounds good then. Yep. So you do make your way on there, and as everyone enters on Interso, you see Akhenon like forming some like sigils or so, and like weaving sigils in the air as the light fully encompasses you. As in a split moment, you feel everything in your body just awkwardly adjust, as if every fine part, every cell has shifted in some awkward way and then reshifted back into location as you make it back to Akhenon's house right in the front.
Curious. really reminds me of some of the ancient Netherese magic that I encountered over in Anarok.
Yeah, that's where I got most of my battle practices and studies. So, a wise teacher used to tell me that when it comes down to the practice of different areas, only the practicing, learning from one area would make things stale. But exploring all areas of magic and all areas of combat would make you whole.
Yes.
Boy, don't that ring true for me. Oh,
Anyway, now that we're back here, we should be able to get going. As he does gesture towards this marked area, this like more open path this direction, which there's not really a direction that goes for it because it's the end of the map, but he does point that that is the direction you need to go, and it is more of clear openings within the woodland areas. And you make your way there.
Do we finally get to move our miniatures again?
Not at this point, as I am going to be switching maps, but the map we're switching to, I'm not going to set any miniatures down because it's just mainly going to be scenery based. But once I get that going, then you can go to a map that you will be able to move your minis on. So when I switch over, don't worry about your character being placed, as I'm just going to be detailing your journey.
Okie doke.
Before I go ahead and switch, though, I need someone to be our survival check person for navigation, and making sure that and one person for perception to make sure that things go well.
My
Well-
character can easily handle the perception check.
Okay.
I have perception with advantage.
As your perception, what is it?
I have a +4 perception with advantage.
My perception is a +7.
oh,
Whatever your call, one person.
You probably have higher survival as well than I do.
So do we go with a +4 we can roll twice, or a +7 we roll once?
Yeah, let's see. Survival. I don't have a proficiency, but it is a +4.
I have the same survival +4, and I don't think I get any advantages with that one. Nope.
Yeah. So you don't have proficiency in survival, dog?
No, I do not. Neither. And my perception is lower as well.
Alright. I suppose we can have you, like, walking a little bit, flying a little bit, keeping an eye out on things, and still handle the survival check, I guess.
So you do survival and Paarth do perception and alternate between flying and walking?
If that's what you want to do.
I think that would make the most
Sounds
sense.
All right, go ahead and roll.
Okay, so I gotta roll this dice twice for my advantage.
Yep.
That's really nice. Okay, that looks open enough.
So 22 for the first go.
Oh, come on!
Oh no.
Oof.
Okay. So with your general guidance, the trip takes a bit longer than what you would expect it to be. It's still very early in the morning and everything, but I would say that you probably don't get to at least the general closest location until later afternoon. As your travel through the dense thicket does get you lost every so often, and even with an airborne view, Paarth, you are able to see the group at some points, but then you kind of get turned around a little bit as they kind of go an awkward direction and like take unnecessary turns. But you still, I would say for the most part, you do make it to the general location that you were detailed. And I'm going to switch over maps.
So for
Wait.
some reason, Paarth's miniature just looks really weird to me. It's just this like regular
Again, it's because the
miniature.
model is not scaled correctly to the platform.
Yes.
We can either
Yeah,
have
but
it double too big or double too small. So
yeah, but it literally just looks like an invisible stalker almost.
Right.
well, the
Okay.
problem is if we scale him down, he looks like a toy poodle, and if we scale him up, well, now Vlad is riding on a giant monster. So
Yeah, that's
Oh,
what.
sorry.
So yeah, that's about as close as they get to his actual size.
Yeah, but literally all I see as far as his miniature is concerned is like a semi-transparent, vaguely humanoid figure.
oh, that's because you didn't load the game with mods enabled.
What?
Mm,
If you launch the game from Steam, you don't load the mods up. You have to launch from mod loader.
And I didn't launch it from Steam.
huh.
Do you
Maybe
have
there's
the
a
Red
missing
Dragon
mod, or
mod?
actually, yeah.
Hmm. Let me
We can
try
probably
this
figure that
again.
out on our break or so, which we're about to go here pretty soon with.
Yeah.
So I would say for the most part, this is just like the general open area that you've at least gone to. That's why I'm not loading up a miniature. And I am going to have it be displayed where you would have been emerging from this general location. If you guys can see my little bubble.
Sorry,
Ah,
1
there
second.
it is.
I'm just sending images.
You're good.
Okay,
Little bubble.
whereabouts?
So it would
Oh, there
be
you go.
closer to like this little wooden settlement with like a big pond or so. It's across the river.
I'm
Mhm.
panning around. Oh, way over there.
Yeah. So this is just like the general area where a thicket does open up, where you're still in a general forest-like area, but there's a lot more openness of where things are, and some additional, just other general things. And let me go ahead and I'm gonna pull up some atmosphere music for this. So, give me one moment. There's a lot of cool ones, but I'm like, I just want a nice little. That one doesn't work. I was like, that one seems pretty cool. Then it's like, nope.
Ah,
And now it loaded up.
There we
Yeah,
go.
the giveaway Larzong is Tailspire should have 2 windows open. One says beep in EX, and then there's Tailspire itself.
I mean, I started it modded from the R2 mod, man.
yeah. Like A said, we'll do a review of the mod options there over the break here in a moment.
I mean,
Yeah.
I see the proper miniature now.
Oh, there we go.
I just have to restart the game.
All right.
Sounds good. So, okay. As you journey through the woods and everything, you open up to a vastly different area, which is generally still heavily residing of different open sort of trees and thick foliage. But you do notice that a river emerges nearby. And as you get to this location, you do know that you're actually not too far away from the general ruin site of the temple. And so just following it with the bubble and everything, just keeping my little thing right here. Which actually, you know what? Let me do a different thing. I'm going to pull up like a mule miniature. Yeah, so right in that general location. Let me go ahead and find a mule. There we go. We'll use this for your general example for your party, and I'm going to enlarge it just to make things easier to see. You guys can see that?
Not yet sent to the player view.
I don't
I
see
secretly
Yeah.
see your bubble.
It should be inside the bubble. Let me move it out.
Yeah, I see it on your stream there, Ace, but it has not been
Oh.
translated to our maps.
We can't see it because we don't have God Vision, and we don't have any tokens on the map that can show it to us. If you make the mule considered belong to all of us players, we can see, but until you do something like that,
got it.
because we don't own a character, we can't see. There we go,
I
now I
do
see the
that.
mule.
There we go. So I'm just going to control it and just seeing from this location of the mule
Mhm.
itself. So as you would make your way towards the water itself, you do see that there are like wooden, like really rustic wooden platforms that go along the ridges of it. Some that are just purely logs that have been tilted downwards, but for the most part, you traverse over it with no worry or concern. As you make on the other side, it is has a bit of a mixture of it being more muddy paths, as you are given general direction upwards, eastward actually, to be
Mhm.
more specific. And as you journey this way, there is a lot more of a large opening that shows of what looks to have been just very decrepit ruins of the location itself. And your party emerges towards the Forgotten Temple. As described, as what looks to have been a small open forum that probably would have been for lodgings or even just of general preachings that would have occurred.
Sorry,
And on the
Ace,
far back.
can you
Mhm.
pull Larzong? You didn't pull the player over.
Oh, I thought I did.
You
Oops.
probably did, but it was at the same
Summon to
time he
block.
was rebooting.
There we go. Okay. All right. And then you guys can just view from the location that you're at. So whenever
Mhm.
y'all are there, let me know.
You can see now,
Okay.
Larzong?
Yeah.
Okay. So from this area, the open forum, which it looks like it's all been decrepit in sorts due to its age, past the forum itself, you do see that there is the remnants of what could have been a worshipping temple that would have probably stand for a long time ago, but due to erosion and sorts just seems to be pretty unstable. And so is there any general location as a group you want to investigate first?
Well, Paarth would definitely want to take to the air in this space here and fly around a circle just to see what we can see.
So, yeah. So you and Vlad, as you fly upwards.
Well, just me, because I can't fly with Vlad.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
Yeah.
So for you alone, you actually notice that there are 3 different segments that pay most attention towards. So you see the open, decrepit forum. You see the temple, which would be like right here in sorts.
Mhm.
And then one thing that would catch your eye that you wouldn't have noticed immediately is that you note that there is what looks to be like a humanoid figure in the opening of like a pond or so that is there.
The moment Paarth would see that, he would actually back off and indicate to Valkin with the image of his owl, and then that general direction.
Hmm.
In other words, go have Blathers go over there.
Yeah.
Boots.
Or Hoots.
Or Hoots, yeah, Hoots.
Yes.
Hoots, yeah.
Yeah. So I do have Hoots go over there since he's a little bit more discreet than a fairly large size.
Red and yellow dragon.
Yeah. Yes. Yes. Mini fairy dragon. And take a little bit closer look at what do we have going on over here.
At the pond location, or
Mm-hmm. Yes.
so as Hoots descends, you notice it's actually more of a statue of what looks to be a hooded figure giving a more feminine sort of appearance and sorts. And you notice that the water is still. Like there's no rippling or anything like that occurring whatsoever. Though, and this is completely different from what shows here, so there's not a way to darken it, unfortunately. But even in the lightest of and the shallowest of waters, you can see that the water is impossible to look through, even at closer perspectives.
It is murky.
It's actually, if you're gonna be looking at it, go ahead and give me a perception check through Hoots.
All right. Let's see here. Pull up those stats again here.
Yeah. Sorry.
By the way,
Let's see.
Paarth would have basically abandoned search and basically perched on this.
Okay, so that'd be
Just so you have an idea.
20
just-
plus.
Where exactly again?
You would have a fairy dragon perched on this.
Okay, sounds good then.
Perception. All right. And this is first roll. And this is the second roll because he has advantage on sight.
Yep.
That's 3. Really?
Wow.
Okay. Berto is kind of blind right now, apparently.
Didn't you say it had advantage, or did you already roll that second one?
He rolled a 2 and a 1.
Oh,
Yep.
fuck.
Yeah.
Apparently, I was off day.
I think
Yep.
the owl was flying around with his eyes closed.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's really murky, you know?
Well, after pulling back from Hoots there a moment, I think the bird's got something in his eyes. There's something weird with the water around that statue. It's not a person. It's definitely a statue, Paarth. But give me a moment here and see if I'm going to tell Hoots to rest a moment, see if he can't clear out whatever is. I know he's a magical creature, but still, that was blurry.
I'll take a look as well.
Okay. So, Targ and Valkin are going to check out the pond. Paarth is perched at the rumble that is nearest to the temple. What about the rest of you?
Norelor would probably just take a look around, try to see if there's any telltale signs of what this thing once was that's still around.
Mm-hmm.
Did you want to check in the forum location, or did you want to check in the actual ruins of the temple?
I'd say that the forms, whatever it is that's directly in front of us.
Okay. And Vladimir?
Vlad would be joining Norelor in that regard.
Okay. So since Breaker, since you were able to do those checks with your owl and everything like that, and it would take longer for you and Targ to get over there, I'm just gonna go ahead and start up with Norelor and also Vlad.
Okay.
So as you explore the forum grounds, you do actually get indication that this is actually a atrium segment of a temple. And specifically, it would have been a meetup location for general prayers, and also for really any particular general meeting up locations and everything before going into the main temple. So it's kind of just the opening entrance or so towards the actual location. That's at least from what you can tell from all of the basic information and primarily its layout. And this would be something that you would be familiar with any temple that you would be at, as some temples have at least similar deities. They would usually have like an atrium, but this one seems pretty intricate than the usual ones that you would have. If you want to do like any specific further check to see if like there was any resemblances of what sort of deity, then you'd be more than free to check that out by doing like a religion check.
The only thing that Vlad would be doing is because he knows. I mean, let's be fair. He's a mercenary. Vlad is a mercenary. He's not a religious man. So the only thing.
Not to mention, any religions he's familiar with would be back at homeland, not the new world.
Exactly. So
Yeah.
the best thing he would do is just kind of look around to see if there's like any weird scrawls or symbols or something, just to kind of like, okay, this is a thing. Hey, no, what's this? You know, that kind of thing.
Okay, so if you're going to be doing that, then the both of you go ahead and go for investigation checks.
Investigation.
Yeah.
Oh, oops. That was not what I wanted to do. Clear those out. This is not at advantage.
I hope this is interesting. Yeah.
As it goes into the bushes. 18 for me.
Nice.
Though I
And-
lost the die.
That's okay.
It's in the bushes.
We'll switch
Okay.
boards here pretty soon. No worries. It's
Okay.
okay.
So you said what kind of check?
So investigation or for your since you are a woman of faith, you can choose religion.
Religion is 5. Insight. I mean, perception is. Said perception. Okay, so is investigation or religion? You said.
That is correct.
Well, they're both +5 for me, so.
Yeah, whatever one you want to choose, then go for it.
13.
Okay. Yeah. And then did you want to check mainly of like any religious figures around, or like just go for like a general investigation?
Yeah, she's trying to get more info about what she should expect in the temple before actually entering the temple. You get what I'm saying?
Okay,
So,
I think I
like,
do.
if there's like a deity, if she can find out what deity it belongs to, she can sort of get a clue what the insight's going to be like.
Yeah. So as you look around or so, most of this location has already been eroded over, and the nature has kind of taken it back from its predecessors. Though, from some amidst of rubble, in a small and like difficult location that you, Vlad, actually would be able to notice, and it would have been like right here, on one of the particular walls, you do notice that there are like scramblings. Like it looked like a bit of a plaque that was written there, but some of it is broken off. What languages do you know, Vlad?
Let's see. We've got. I know. Vlad knows Common. He knows. Sylvan. Draconic. And that's it.
Since this is more of a written language, it uses Elvish script. So actually, yeah, you can read it. So it's definitely a bit different of a style and slang that you preferably use, but you do know that from what you can read, that there's a small little plaque of where it used where a statue used to be. And the only thing you're really able to translate from it is blessings, shadows, reveals the truth. Praise
And
be blank. And that's all you can do.
And-
Decipher.
and this is closely resembling Sylvan, I take it?
Elvish.
So-
Because you said Elvish?
So it's Elvish script, but which Sylvans like you would be able to determine.
Yeah, okay.
Though a lot of the words and how they're translated get lost because it's not like true like Sylvan. It's
Yeah.
like an Elvish language and how
Yeah.
they would determine things.
So Vladimir's just gonna stand there and he's gonna stare at it for a moment. And
I would be offended if I could read this.
That sign can't stop me. I can't read.
Those kids would be really offended if they knew how to read that.
but Vladimir just kind of looks it over and reads the sections that is legible. After a couple of minutes, he's gonna kind of turn his head back and call out to Norelor "Hey, Norelor, I got something over here."
Okay, so I'll come and take a look what that is pointing at.
This is, this has a little bit of Sylvan in it. I can make out some of the wording, something about shadows revealing truth, blessings, but I can't make out the rest of it.
Okay, so take a look at it herself and she can read Elvish.
Okay. As you see, and this will be with your investigation as well, you do notice that this is a general posting of some prayers that is more engraved into the wall. And you are able to make out those words, though something that because your script is more Elvish instead of Sylvan, you do notice, actually, that there are bits and pieces of rubble that also contain some script that does seem to connect with the prayers. So with a decent check, you might be able to put it back together and get more of a comprehension of what the prayer indicates.
Okay, yeah, so attempt to piece it back together.
Okay. So this is where you just kind of be carefully putting pieces back and everything and like holding up a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
So if either of you are going to do that check, I do need a sleight of hand check. Though, if you do it, because of the erosion in the area, there's a very good likely that if you aren't careful enough, it could just collapse.
As someone
So-
who played a Selûnite monk in the past, the state of this temple should offend me. Stupid.
So, if I were to assist Norelor, would that be an advantage for her?
That is correct.
Well, it'll just be raw dex, and her dex is a +2.
Well, I mean, Vlad has a +5 to sleight of hand, so...
+5, wow.
Yeah.
It's because he has max stacks, I believe.
Oh,
Yeah.
actually, I have a +5 to sleight of hand too. I'm a sleight of hand dragon. Interesting.
I have a +5 to sleight of hand, and I have a +8 to acrobatics and 8 to stealth.
bunch of mid-maxers. Anyway, just joking.
Right.
You could call Paarth over, and between Vlad and Paarth, you have 2 +5 sleight of hand.
I said,
Yeah.
Sarah's going, hey, Paarth, think you use your magic hand on some things for me?
The dragon tilts his head and hops down from his perch, gliding over, and lands a short distance from Norelor.
Like, look, acrobatics and stealth are literally the two skills I'm actually good at.
Nice.
The only two. The other ones I'm decent at are sleight of hand, religion, perception, and athletics, and intimidation, I guess, but
You sure you
so
don't
I
want
kinda
him to
mid.
spawn our tokens in, Ace?
It's about to be real quickly. Like,
Okay.
yeah.
In that case,
just-
I'm assuming that she's going to indicate what she wants Paarth to pick up.
Yeah. And try to gesture to where she wants the pieces to be.
Paarth looks
Okay.
at it curiously, but then begins to pick up pieces, including summoning a mage hand to assist him, since his forepaws, although dexterous, aren't as amazingly dexterous as the humanoids.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so then both Paarth and I are rolling our sleight of hands.
Yeah, Paarth will
Mhm.
be the assister.
Okay.
Okay.
So Vlad, go ahead and give me a sleight of hand with advantage, as Norelor is instructing you guys to like the way it should look, or at
Do I
least the way
roll
that
anything to do my assistance, or is it just him with advantage?
it's just giving advantage.
Ooh.
Oh,
Mhm.
12. Okay. Unfortunately, the DC was 15. So
Ah.
I feel
Um,
like we didn't really play to our strengths here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Remember, y'all do have a magic user there that knows mending.
Yeah, but it's erosion. I don't think Mandy can fix that.
yeah,
Mm.
it's past the point of just simple breaks and tears. It's like,
Yeah, mending is
Pure.
better called the welding tool.
yeah, it's like you broke your key, try mending. There's a cut in your shirt, try mending. Like the only there's a lot of things mendings can do, but here are a few where it can't. Mend your marriage or something like that. I don't know. Like you can't.
I mean,
The
it's
best description I ever was given was his mending is effectively a bottle of glue. A very precise
Exactly.
bottle of glue, but it's a bottle of glue.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
if
that's-
it's being corroded by the elements or acid. Doesn't.
I mean, if you have the pieces there and you're trying to push them back into place, their mending would hold them into that place.
For this situation, the damage is too much for it to go through. As unfortunately as you try to put things together, so one of the loose rocks or so does like kind of hit into it, and it does seem to crumble within your hands. So you're unfortunately not able to get much information else besides that.
Ah. Leah.
Said, well, we tried.
One tick. I just need to check something really quick.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Ah,
thought so.
no.
Ace, I won't bother telling you what I'm doing unless it gets detected first. Or, you know what? I will just whisper it to you real quick.
Yeah, please do.
And
I assume like private DM or so, or like in the
I put it in the Paarth channel.
Cool.
Meanwhile, though, Vlad and Norelor, both of you roll yourselves a perception check.
Okay.
Why?
Because they're going to notice something Paarth is doing or not doing.
Okay.
Because
Yeah.
I'll explain, but I already told you what he's trying to do.
Oh, okay.
So
If you-
perception,
if you
you
know.
said?
Yep, just plain old
Yeah.
perception.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Well,
wow.
he obviously knows it.
Okay,
Mhm.
well, since Aeros absolutely nailed it, Vladimir, something is very strange. Paarth, when he's assisting putting the stones together, you notice his eyes are flicking around. He's reading.
Norelor will also notice this with a 23.
Yep,
So
Paarth is
Yeah.
reading.
Wait. You know how to?
You can read Sylvan?
The dragon nods. Also, here's my check for reading it. What is it? Ace?
I
Just
would
like-
say with your general knowledge and information sorts, and along with the state of the plaque itself, you would generally get the best information that Norelor received as well.
So he gets the same result. Don't bother rolling.
Yeah, the
Okay.
attempt to kind of like fit it back together in at least a readable position, it would have revealed more info, but just because of the state of the plaque itself, there really wasn't much else, even with like your attempt. It really wouldn't have revealed more until the sleight of hand.
Okay. In that case, when the two ask, the dragon turns his head towards them both and nods.
Vlad just kind of stands there for a moment and goes, with his maws slightly agape in like surprise, and he goes, "Oh, that is pleasant surprise.
It's poggers.
It poggers, yo."
Since Paarth missed what was actually said, Paarth actually, with a claw, writes into the dirt pretty much the exact same thing that Norelor found herself, but this was obviously in his own findings because he wasn't in earshot when she read it out the first time.
Blessings. Okay, what was the thing about the shadow and truth again? I didn't write that down.
It was shadows reveal the truth.
Shadows reveal the truth. Blessing, and then praise be, and then it gets cut off.
Okay. Shadows. Would you be even told that might be a star-related thing? Because she knows that Star is the goddess of shadow, or darkness, or whatever it was.
I would say within the general language and sorts, the phrasing of how it was written, along with general context, there's at least a general idea of it being more than just simply darkness, but something that is like power, like presented by it. So there's some idea, but it's not something like fully strong enough. Because like Saloon does have some areas of like shadows as well, like providing light in the shadow, but it could be a coin toss from the info you have. Was there anything else y'all wanted to check out before I flip on over to the undead and the noble?
I don't particularly think so. Like I said, she was just trying to get some idea of what to expect in the temple.
Yeah.
The only other thing that Vladimir would say would be just, well, at least this is only first part of these ruins. We still have other crumbling ruins down that way, as he points to this particular area here. He goes, we still have that one to look over as well. Maybe that might give us a bit more intel. So
Maybe. I was impressed that's the ruins we're going to flip the map to, though. Am I right?
Yeah, I mean, this is the whole general ruins location, which included a temple. So, you know what? Actually, I'm gonna make this a bit easier. So, since I will say for like the most part, like Paarth, Vladimir, and Norelor, you're about to make your way up to the main temple ruins. And for just general context, of course, I don't have an owl saved, which is completely okay. I'm just gonna add an owl token to resemble the other two
Mhm.
of where they are at. So okay. So you make your way on over there. I'm just gonna enlarge this for purposes. So big owl. Hee hee hee. And so we go on over to Targ and Valkin. So as you make your way up the small hillish incline and looking on over the very darker looking pools of water, which actually now that you're kind of looking at it like face value, there's definitely something odd about it. Seeing glints in the water itself, but yet it's still like it's just a still. Like there's no like waves or anything like that would show from like any small indications as you see a statue of a hooded figure at the center.
Well, this
now,
is...
This is something you don't see every day.
No, not at all. Well, let's see. I take a look across at the statue there to see if I can make out any writings.
From your general distance, there is a plaque, but it's really difficult to tell from your distance, as you would probably have to be like shuffling your way through and then having to like essentially get yourself up on the elevated platform just to read it. From that distance, it's really difficult to see.
I wonder if I could make my way closer.
I pick up the link with Hoots again there and have him kind of make up that distance. See if I can read through his eyes.
Okay, so you perch Hoots right at the podium, or the plaque.
There. Yeah. First, having him kind of do a tighter circle around and to see if there's any reactions before I go having him perch right on the plaque itself.
Go ahead and give me one. Oh, sorry, Targ, you were going to say something?
I'm gonna try to check the water, like, try to see what's going on with it.
Okay.
Get closer.
So, checking the water and then viewing over the water. So, I would say Targ for you. Go ahead and give me investigation, while Valkin, go ahead and give me another perception check.
Alright. D20 plus 3. And
My best.
right, 22 on the first round.
And then 11 on that investigation. Okay.
And 14. So I rolled 22.
Nice. Okay. As trying to find the best way of describing it. Okay, I got it right here. So, as Hoots kind of flies over the water, there's nothing really kind of peering out or like showing that anything is showing any signs of movement in general. Even as you like kind of glide closer to it, like there would be some sort of like reverberation that would occur and whatnot, but even if you get close to it, there's nothing. And Targ, you get the same sensation as you go closer, but you feel as if as you like approach it but not touch the water, there is a there's a familiar scent of death that reeks across this water. And
Doors.
Yeah.
Here.
Out of character, but methinks I know what that water is.
Here. This
You've seen it
water's...
All I know is there's some magic involved. That's about it.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Here. This is some very strange water here. Doesn't even react when Hoots flies by it. Normally there'd be ripples of some sort.
Exactly. There's not a single ripple as you go through it.
There is something definitely wrong with it. I can sense death about it.
Yes. Keep your distance.
Yep.
There. And I have Hoots perch near the plaque to read it, but I also ready an action to pop him into his pocket dimension. There
Yeah, so,
should
like, right
something.
here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
There. Yep. But I ready an action to pop him into his pocket dimension. There, in the event something attempts to reach out and harm him.
Okay. So, as your familiar approaches, there's actually a more clearer image. Almost as if, like, there's something, like, kind of echoing and waving about the statue. It seems to have taken an awkward, like, rippling effect, like how water would. As you pretty much kind of feel like, as you look at it, something's definitely off. But the plaque itself, as you read it, there is some script, and it actually is, despite it being like eroded to some degree, it's actually semi-legible. What are your languages, Valkin?
Let's see. My languages are... Where is that section? Common, Elvish, and Sylvan.
Okay, so you do have Elvish, and Sylvan, so you are able to, with adjusting like this, like your eyes or so, to your out of familiar's eyes, you're actually able to read it pretty clearly. And it does look to be another prayer of sorts, or at least a prayer that you would have first seen. All blessings from her come from the shadows. Descending the depths brings you true power. Praise be, and then unfortunately it says like a S, but then it kind of like tears away a little bit.
I have Hoots gently kind of claw at that area to see if there's just some dirt or debris that's kind of muddled up the letters.
Yeah, give me a sleight of hand to try and clear it away a little bit.
Alright, and sleight of hand with an owl. Alright,
Okay, prayer was all blessings from her comes from the shadows. What was the next bit?
Descending the depths brings you great power. Praise be, and then there's like an S, and everything kind of seems to muddle off or so due to foliage. You're just doing a sleight of hand check to make sure that you can clear it away properly, especially through an owl, to make sure that you can, like, the rest of it is eligible.
Yeah. Okay, and that would be... Oh wait, no, I forgot the proficiency bonus there of the owl. I was forgetting that this whole time.
Also,
Bless you.
Bless you.
also,
I'm sorry, guys. Target's trying to speak.
I would like to also just get even closer to the water and try to kind of really focus on it and meditate in my usual methodology.
Okay.
Try to kind of see if I can like really connect with the sense of death that I sensed.
With that, and this will be the last check you guys do Arcana, Targ. Either that, or do a pure wisdom roll. Then yours was 14. Okay. I just want to know what roll.
10.
Okay. So that's a 9. So Targ, as you try to connect with this feeling of like death and familiarity, you do get the feeling that there is a powerful sort of like magical presence from there. It's not directly from like the Dark Lord in that regard, or at least of any general presence, but you do know that there is like something that lurks deep in these waters. Maybe it's not something that is like entirely a direct connection towards death, but something that has bred and might present death in front of you. For you, Valkin, you use your owl to, chip away a little bit and like clean up the rest of the text.
Mm-hmm.
And you are successfully able to clear the rest away. So here's the full reading that I have. So, praise be her name. So this will be like before your text, and then it'll go into your other text of like, let's see. So praise be her name, providing blessings as descend to the shadows, descend into the dark depths for truest of power. Praise be Shar.
Well, that's not promising.
Why? What are you seeing?
This whole area, it's a shrine to Shar. And I recount for him I don't say it verbatim, lest it is an incantation there around these waters. But I do break apart to what the plaque was saying.
Yeah. I would recommend jotting that down, though, if just in case.
Okay.
It does make sense.
Yeah. Is it possible for a copy paste there into records?
Sure. Give me one moment.
Thank you much.
Even if this wasn't dedicated directly to the Mistress of the Night, it would make sense that it had been desecrated by her followers.
You mean that they would have
Might be.
taken over this and then taken over this area and then effectively reinscribed it to follow Shar?
It does follow their methodology. I have worked with Sharites in the past, when I was still, delusional, living.
Understood.
Ace, you put that in the Paarth channel instead of the share channel.
Oops, my bad. I got like 5 things I'm focusing on.
It's cool. There. You know now.
Nonetheless, though, I did have a question. Do we know who the god Shar is?
One of you is quite familiar with Shar. The rest
Yeah,
of you, not too sure.
yeah, like I said, Shard and Tilion are opposites to one another. They constitute tend to be at conflict with one another.
Oh, are they both
Yeah.
moon goddesses?
Basically, they are the like they are two sides of the same coin, basically, like sisters almost.
From what I understand, that's like twin sisters, actually.
So quite literally, Saloon and Shar, almost like they have all the same kind of attributes. Just one is good and one is evil, or something. along
Yeah.
those lines.
This so you know, Tilion is listed as chaotic good. Shar is listed as lawful evil. That's about as opposite as alignments can go.
Got
Yeah.
it.
Right. And for general lore-wise or so, which I assume that Norelor would be presenting to your party as you would continue through, is like, this is above table, is that generally most drow or so will go in either one of two directions for, say, Lunar Shar. Primarily, Shar, if they were looking to be more drawing of power and more evil tendencies or so. But there are some general freedoms or so, like if any drow were wanting to gain freedom from the darkness, and because being casted out in darkness and so, and or wanting to like kind of be more free and like live a life or so outside of that, then they would
Mhm.
those would generally be followers of Saloon in that
Yeah.
area.
Generally speaking, Shar and Saloon both are actually kind of like renegade, like like religions in Drow society. They are more worshipped by the Drow that have actually separated themselves from the like
When
larger
the
the main houses of the Drow. Like they actively worship Loth instead, but Char is basically the one option where the Drow are renegades, but they don't want to really embrace the good or the light of the surface world, whereas Saloon is the complete opposite, and they are like in constant conflicts with their followers.
Mhm.
Right. So, but yeah, that's generally what you find here. There's nothing really else besides the overgrown nature that really presents any sort of other interest. So was there anything else that y'all wanted to do?
Sorry, another very brief AFK.
Yeah, no worries.
Okay.
I would say if there wasn't anything else or so, I was thinking it might be a good idea to put on a bit of a break since we've been going for quite a bit.
Yeah,
Oh,
Right,
sure, do that, I'll
then
stay put here
we-
for a sec.
yeah. Break. Then I assume we're going to be entering the temple and changing maps.
We'll be going into the temple, and then depending on what you discover and what you find, yeah,
Mhm.
we'll change. So,
Okay.
All right.
yeah. Well, like I said, if there isn't anything else that you, Valkin or Targ, were looking at.
Not the moment here. Let's go ahead and pick that back up after the break here, and we'll be back in. What do you say, Ace?
Honestly, I need to stretch and go to the bathroom
Yeah,
and
my break here
get
too.
my water refresh. So let's say we'll be back in about 10 minutes, guys. And then I'll just be rolling some ads in addition to words on stream, so that way kind of bounce in between and everything. So I will be on a 3-minute ad break for you guys. So
Yes.
Feeding to Black, be back in a bit.
and we are back. Sorry for that extra delay, everybody.
All right.
Hell yeah!
We have food on the table. We have food on the
Yeah.
table now.
I got pizza, I got drink, I got pecan pie, We're good to go, baby. Woo! Making bacon.
We have met our biological requirements.
Hell yeah.
Yes.
And if you haven't done your biological requirements such as hydration, food, dration, or consumption, stretching, and also med check, also breathing. Breathing is very important. So make sure you do those. So
Yep. Deep breaths now, everyone. Yes, like that.
deep breaths like you're watching Home Improvement. Okay.
Anyways,
Yeah, so continuing back from where we left off, I would say at this point that you've done your investigations and you've all finally met back up to the temple that is on this smallish little hill, and I'm going to change the music to better fit the situation.
uh-oh.
And as you all meet up there, you are free to discuss what you have found.
Well, Targ and I were able to investigate that weird pond over there some more. And I found an inscription on the statue. It had a plaque there with a prayer, and it was dedicated to Sharn.
Yes, the presence
Sure.
of the Mistress of Night is very clearly strong here.
Yes.
Okay, so we're dealing with the one who opposes Cillian, then. Oh,
Yes.
Quick check.
Mhm.
Where has the party reconvened?
You've all
the-
reconvened in the temple, so or like just outside of it if you want to, unless you want to enter in.
So we're
So-
no longer near the water, or at least the other two aren't near the water. Okay.
Yeah. So at the time that like they would have finished up, they would have
Mhm.
noticed you going there, and so you just caught up before you entered on in.
Well,
So
Well, that would explain the plaque that we saw.
yeah.
hmm.
The look seems like an incomplete version of what you found.
Yes.
Did it also speak about sinking into the shadows?
Yes. The verbiage there, I'm wary to repeat it word for word, but it spoke of praising her name and then sinking oneself into the shadows and descending to darker depths for what is described as true power.
Yes, and praising her name, obviously. I've heard that rhetoric before.
I'm pretty sure that rhetoric follows of any god or goddess.
hmm
Paarth looks curious at this and glances towards the pool of water and puzzles for a couple of moments.
I am frankly curious as to what would happen if one were to, say, throw a branch into the water, but I'm uncertain if that would be a wise course of action, especially if we are not already in the event of it bringing forth something.
Well, at that point, I'm not a religious man, but I have a feeling that it's gonna take more than a branch to piss something off.
Paarth looks curious at the group and begins to walk towards the water as if on a hunch of something.
So you'd follow. Nora would follow the path. Just try to give a backup if something happens.
You see Paarth pluck a small flower off of the ground and flick it into the water.
okay, I'll just put out your miniature just to resemble that you two are bringing over there. So you pluck a flower and you drop it into the water, you said?
Yep.
The moment that the petals contact the water itself, you actually don't even see like a rippling effect or like it even hit the surface of the water. As you just drop it, and it falls straight through. But all you really see afterwards is a fizzled smoke that appears, and the flower just completely disintegrates.
Paarth stares at this for a couple of moments and then casts Summon Fey Spirit.
Okay. So go ahead and use your spell slot for that.
Yep.
And then what is the form that you're going to be choosing?
Let me quickly double check my notes. I always forget the terms it uses. Hey, where are you? Why am I missing it repeatedly? Found it. Actually,
okay,
do any of you others walk towards Paarth when he
Yes.
makes his way to the pool?
Mhm.
Yeah,
I
Vladimir
think we all
follows as
followed.
well. Yeah, at
Okay.
that point.
So I'll just move this over here to resemble the whole party then. So
Mhm.
And 1 sec.
Yep.
I had a feeling this is not real water.
The mood is mirthful. However, before that happens, I may as well do it now. So as Paarth starts casting, you hear Paarth singing that familiar song that you heard in the Feywilds. However, as Paarth is casting, Paarth starts singing. Troubled times have come to pass. Collecting your friends is near and true. And as we gather together, we come to ask, then will the good times come to an end? As the Fae appears, he was singing in Sylvan. Words. As the Fae appears.
Yeah. So Norelor would be staring blankly at Slackjawed, hearing that he can actually speak now.
Paarth?
Vladimir is just like jaw dropped, speechless, like
You can speak now?
The dragon grunts with a nod and comments in common, "Feels strange." Then glances towards the Fae Spirit as they appear and glances towards the water and speaks in Sylvan. "Is this the same that plagues our land?"
Paarth just raises an eyebrow.
I assume that you're going to keep it as a pixie or so of
Yeah,
sorts?
it'll be a pixie of some kind.
Okay. Kind of like looks over it a little bit, like hand on jaw or so. No, this is like something like different, like repeats in a Sylvan. Actually, honestly, yeah, this doesn't even look like water to me. Because like water is usually like good, and this like is pretty bad.
Paarth,
Yeah, there's no question about that.
Paarth nods. So same goddess or different?
Same goddess, actually.
Paarth cranes his head over to look at Norelor.
So you're referring to the strange properties that the water had when we visited?
The dragon nods.
Is the same deitic energy in both? I'll take a look at the water now.
Seriously though, can you please speak in a way that can be understood by everyone? I can only pick up a word here or there when you speak Sylvan.
Paarth switches to common. Same god. No understand.
And the spirit does like pick up too. It's just like, I guess switches to common is like, oh yeah. So like, the thing is, looks exactly like the water that happened when you guys like went and like rescued like our area in the Feywilds. So this is the exact same corruption, I think, but like I'm pretty confident.
So back there, it was Sharn who. Could you tell if it was Sharn whose power corrupted your lands?
Sure.
No, Shar, thank you. Shar's power that corrupted your lands?
Yeah, because like we had a lot of like different beings that would try to like drink the water, and like they turned like really nasty, like kind of like shadows of themselves, but like very ferocious. And they would just like murmur and stuff like that. But yeah, I don't really know much more than else than that, if they're really honest. But yeah, it's exactly the same.
Paarth glowers at this new information.
Shadows, you say?
And so if that's a bit confusing for you all, it looks as if a little bit of deception, but yet an arcane similarity might have caused some trickery. So instead of it being Saloon that was cursing the land, it was Shar that was cursing the Feywilds.
Huh.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, that did strike me as very odd that Cillian magic would have been involved. That would explain it. And it wasn't Cillian at all, it's Shar.
Yeah, she does purvey in a lot of illusionary things and deception. Kind of thing, just hiding the truth.
Yes, which is quite lawful and encouraged for the dark entities.
Paarth makes a grumph noise and snorts before glancing at the water again. Tricksy gods.
No argument there.
Yeah, I remember her flock quite well. They were always so indirect about everything. Vague, infuriating to work with at times.
Well, whatever caused the corruption there has caused the corruption here, and I am not keen on stepping into this pond there, nor should anyone else for that matter. If we are to find what caused this, I suspect they are going to... That sort of answer is going to be elsewhere. This seems more like a remnant or a pooling, a side effect of something else.
You know what? I don't know if I agree with that assertion. There could be more here.
Yeah. You have yet to explore the temple, and there's not much more information that you might be able to get, but...
Vlad seems kind of lost in his thoughts a little bit as he's looking into this water. Like, he's never, ever seen anything like this before. So, like, sure, there's the whole thing with the Feywilds, but he wasn't paying much attention there. But here, because it's more, well, for a lack of better phrasing, concentrated, he seems kind of lost in it. Like, he's trying to understand it.
Right.
Paarth gives a few moments before gently nudging Vlad in the shoulder. Paarth sorry, no am speak. New feel strange.
Vlad just kind of shakes himself off a little bit and just looks up at Paarth with a understanding smile, but no verbal response, and places a gentle claw on one of Paarth's shoulders to just kind of help him, just to kind of hoist himself up back to his feet.
Paarth quite sensibly gives a huff in the direction of the water in spite of it, and turns to face the ruined temple that we were about to go and look at earlier.
Yeah, that. Let's see if that thing has any clues, though. We probably should be careful.
Duh.
Targ actually still takes a second approach to the pool and just kind of kneels closer, reaching towards it.
As you do that, Norelor and Targ, I need you to give me a wisdom saving throw.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Lore too.
Well, I think it's maybe Shaw and the opposite being the opposite. That might be causing problems.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I think? Nothing ventured, nothing gained.
Nothing came.
Mm-hmm. There.
Whoa.
Yeah, those dice just went all over the darn place.
Yeah, wow. There.
Okay, I rolled terribly.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, that was
That's not
basically polar
one.
opposite rolls there.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So,
Yep.
Okay. To the both of you, as Targ, you feel as if like you're reaching out towards the statue itself. A slight ringing with the voice of a elegant woman rings in your ears. Draw near to me. I'm closer than you think. Descend the depths and say my prayer. For you, Norelor, you feel your body move on its own as in a split moment your eyes blink and everyone notices how like in a kind of awkward shimmying and like definitely not like usual way that Norelor would move
Mhm.
feels drawn and moving towards this location of the bush and just stands before the statue.
Sure.
Paarth turns and starts to move to follow Nor, and starts to push her away from the edge of the water.
As you go to attempt to like push them away, Norelor away, Norelor is like a statue, like firm in position, as an arm, like her arm reaches out towards it.
There. As I had some apprehension about this already there, I would not want anyone to go closer. So, when she starts shuffling there, I would try to grab her and keep her from moving further forward.
Targ kind of snaps as well, like he gets distracted for just a moment, but then his eyes just go very wide open, and he just looks back and sees Norelor moving, and it goes, it's like, Caesar, don't let her go any closer.
And if I was gonna say, and if none of that worked, Vladimir would have looked at Paarth and basically just went, "Grab her with your tail. Do not let her go."
All right.
Yep, Paarth
So-
engages in a grapple check.
So all of you are engaging in grapples, or okay. So I need one person to roll strength to grapple, with advantage.
There.
Paarth
Norelor
only
does
has
not
a plus
need to
2
resist.
strength.
Well, who wants to roll it? Because I've got 18. I've got a +4 to strength.
Are you coming in to help stop her?
Yes.
Okay. Then
Then Paarth is going to assist Vlad in pulling her away.
I'm not really a strength-based monk.
Okay, so this is just... So this is what am I doing?
I think it's just a raw strength check against hers, isn't it?
So,
athletics.
like,
Athletics.
Mm-hmm.
Athletics with advantage.
Mm-hmm.
And I have a +7 to it.
There you go.
Let's hope you don't that one like I did.
Let me find a good open spot here.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Right.
I mean, could always just like roll in the water past it.
Yep.
It's not that
Yeah.
deep.
Yeah, I think I got a spot. Yeet.
Yeah.
So 13, that's a dirty 20.
Okay. Despite everybody, like, basically, like, grabbing and, like, trying to pull Norelor back, like, there is no resistance that is being pulled whatsoever. As literally just, like, you guys are, like, losing grip or so, as, like, Norelor just continue to shambles over normally.
There.
And the moment that she stops and points at the statue, like on this end or so, these last words, Norelor, ring in your ears only.
There.
And here are the following words. Your faith is weak, my sister. Why not draw closer to family and to your true strength? As you wake up and you notice that you are pointing at the statue, like right, like not even like an inch away from the water.
Shall Blink shake her head and try to walk back. What? What
Good for you.
happened?
Wouldn't this be something like we're all trying to pull her back and suddenly whatever force was giving her this supernatural strength to overcome that, and it just kind of caused all of us to fall back into a pile?
Yeah.
I'm okay with that if you are.
Yep.
Yeah.
So we all go flying backwards as soon as suddenly whatever's holding her in place just lets go, and we all just fling backward.
Yeah, that's pretty much what happens. Like, what? Oh. Shit. Even like Akanon would be helping too with this because he's there with you guys, but
Yeah.
they're strong as fuck.
In that case, I'm just gonna roll a raw dexterity check here. Let's see where the dragon lands. Firstly, how bad do I land? Okay, so I don't land badly. So, let's see here. Norelor is 1, Vlad is 2, Akanon is 3, Valkin is 4.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I land on Valkin.
Paarth! Off!
The dragon quickly rolls to get off of him.
Well, that was less than pleasant.
So I
Thank you
wasn't
for
really
rolling off quickly.
trying to rush and to grab her, but I had a bad feeling about the statue when I saw her pointing at it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're lucky you didn't decide to walk into it.
It was just about good thing that whatever force released you there, Norelor. I was just about to say we should just pick you up off the ground. What in the world was that?
I'm not sure.
There.
This moment, I was over there, pointing to where she was back in control. Heard a voice. Then I suddenly fell back onto all you guys.
Yeah. There is one thing, Norelor, that you actually notice that is different as you kind of like wake up and everything. You do see the water is darker than it was, and you see that there are actual things floating in the water, but not moving. like fish and wildlife that have been like decomposed and dead. But you also see where you were standing a set of stairs that descends into a hatch. And on the water
is parted where the stairs are?
it's not parted. It's like underneath the water. And these words glow onto the surface. And it is the prayer that you have been told. Except instead of it being like there are like some differences. So instead of it being like after each of the second and third lines, it says, I shall sink into the shadows. I shall descend in these dark depths for true power. The rest of it is the same.
Wait, what is it written in?
Well, so Norelor is the only person that can really see this.
So the staircase is invisible to the rest of us. Got it.
Exactly.
I said, I'm assuming the rest of you guys aren't seeing the dead fish.
Paarth cranes his head looking at the black water, and then back again, shaking his head.
What did fish?
Okay, I guess I'm still have some of the fact of whatever the heck that is. Well, now
Dead fish.
It seems that you were touched by, in this case, Shar. I suspect that she is beckoning you for greater power.
I've also seen words on the water, and that's part of lines being written there, yes.
Paarth again looks at just the plain black water and back again, confused.
If there is one thing I know about some religion, even though I'm not much of a religious man, it's not well if one tries to promise you greater power.
It tends to be a bit of a monkey's paw situation. Yes, I've heard the stories myself.
Then good. There is no need to warn you to resist or call.
It
Though
is a trap intricately woven for people like us at a crucial moment like this.
So I also see a potential entrance, though I'd be very cautious about even attempting to use that.
Entrance?
Yeah, it's in the water, hence one of the reasons why I really wouldn't want to touch it. But there must be a closed entrance of some sort.
Vladimir looks over back to the water, or, well, the darkness that surrounds the statue.
Uh-huh.
Targ walks over. Can you show me where you see it?
I try my best to point to where it is.
Yeah, Targ would try to reach towards it.
You actually don't even need to reach towards it, as your eyes adjust, and you see what has been described in Norelor. Like frozen in place, decomposed, like fish, in addition to like a set of like stone stairs that descend down to a hatch that's like beneath the water, and you actually see the prayer that was described as well in a language that best suits you. Also gonna give one moment. So Hierophant, thank you so much for the raid of the party of 3 people. I really appreciate it, friend.
Mm-hmm.
Hope you all been doing well.
Nice.
There. You join us as we are about to figure out whether or not the party is going to go down the spooky magical entrance into into what looks to be a temple there, or if we're going to abandon that and try and see if we can't find a bit more mundane entrance.
I said, yeah, I'd be more willing to see if there's a second entrance that is less iffy, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
I had a feeling that there was more than meets the eye here, but I was not sure what it could be.
I'm not sure what you're on about, because I do not see anything there.
Hmm. The fact that just the two of you can see this, and you both had some sort of interaction with this statue, there does not bode well to me. I would say that we had best take a look over in the main ruins area, rather than trying to go down these steps. Especially if they have to... One has to do or go through that in order to see it.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I'm very skeptical of those stairs myself. I'd be much more willing to look at the temple.
Paarth huffs an agreement in which Norelor might finally notice that Paarth's head is right over her, ready to grab her by the backpack to yank her backwards again.
Now that she knows that, she tries to give Paarth a pat on the neck. I seem to be in control of myself again, Paarth. I appreciate the concern, and will appreciate it if something happens.
Well, if you're sure about this, mind showing me what you found in the meantime, then?
Paarth very cautiously starts to move towards the temple again, eyeing both the monk and the cleric in a "you better come"
Trust me.
Like
Trust
stern
me. The law wants to put some distance between her and this pond at the moment.
Mm.
You sure you guys are gonna check out the temple?
And there. Yep, I don't think we're going down that and having to say some sort of incantation praising a dark god in order to gain protection from the death thing. Or the death pool.
Also, as a player, I just wanted to leave no stone unturned. I want to see if there's anything that could help, that would give us more information in the ruins.
Okay.
I mean, I wanted to investigate it, but I feel like I'm in the minority here.
Oh no,
Well-
you can still investigate if you want.
She also did tell you everything she saw, and you see the same things.
Mm-hmm.
Was there... I'll give you one opportunity to do a specific investigation regarding what you're seeing now, Targ. And then if it doesn't go through, then we'll go over to the temple ruins and everything and go through there.
Mm-hmm.
So you're saying I could step into the stairway?
If that is what you want to do, or like any other specific thing that you might notice that would be good to investigate or do,
Be
then you're
aware,
free to do.
any attempt to step in the water is going to result in the party members attacking you to pull you away.
Yeah, I would mostly try and mage hand to pry that thing open, but the law doesn't have access to mage hand.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you saw the flower or whatever you threw in disintegrate, right?
Mm-hmm.
But here's the thing. That flower was alive. I'm not.
It depends on one's definition. Well, technically undead, there are still up and moving about and performing most all normal acts of living.
I am animate, yes, but the light of life has effectively left me at this point.
There. Does not mean that such a substance could not corrode what is already dead. I see a stick over underneath the trees and cause a mage hand to pick it up and bring it over.
That won't be
And-
necessary. I'll just try to reach the pool with my quarterstaff instead.
Well, hopefully the staff there isn't eaten.
You're gonna like dip your quarterstaff in, or
Yeah,
Yeah,
Paarth is gonna be
basically, like-
glaring at the monk that's risking again things.
okay. So the moment that you dip your quarterstaff into it, immediately you see the tip start crackling and also decaying in a rapid state as smoke is veering off on it.
Well, that just confirms that not even the non-living things are safe. Targ.
That it does. And
Paarth
well,
glares at Targ. Not your god.
Another message does float in the water, removing the prayer that was there. And the only things that Norelor and Targ you would notice is that it now reads, "Only those who praise may accept my power. To those who ask may descend." And the prayer re-shows up again.
Very well then. Let us leave.
here. There.
There is no way I'm praising her name.
There. Da. None. Now, would you be so good and allow others to help a little bit? I had a stick that was useless. Your staff. Ah, your poor staff.
It is not really that important. I still function just fine without it. And
Anyways.
I pull my karma out and just kind of do a little bit of a swirl with it in the air and just, just close my fist alongside with it.
Anyways, let's go see what they have up there.
Okay. So you all make your way back up to the ruins?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. So you make it back up in, and you're able to just kind of like squeeze your way into there. So, as it looks like that most of it must have been more of like an elevated building or so, rather than a more like foundation-wise, like in width and sorts. And as you enter the ruins itself, most of what would have at least been in the general areas, such as like murals and statues and really anything that would have been of religious aspects, there shows to be some like evidence that there might have been something there. However, either it was like completely destroyed or eroded away.
Oh, no point
And
doing
only,
a
like-
perception check or investigation check?
Yeah, I would say like if you're gonna be looking around, I would want a group investigation check. So, everyone go ahead and roll investigation to look around for any other clues, and then we'll take the average number.
Alright.
Alright. So, investigation, you said?
Mm-hmm.
That is correct.
19 for me.
Investigation.
And
Mm-hmm.
Aknon will also help in that investigation. So he's more.
That wasn't great.
Oh shit.
Nice.
I rolled a 19, so that's 21.
I rolled
So
an
16,
18.
19, 10. 21 and 19. We're trending real positive here.
Yep. Give me one moment.
Why is
Mhm.
it? Why is it that the one that is nothing of religion is rolling much higher?
You have a keen eye for things that look important. Whether or not you can discern what the importance is, and there is irrelevant. You can see things that, this looks like it has a little bit more care taken to its construction. This looks out of place. This sconce here is at a weird angle.
I will just say that Norelor is being deceived by Shar.
Oh, she's just still off of. She's really off a game from the what happened back at the lake.
Right. Okay, so Akanon did roll a 23, and so averaging it all out, it is an 18, which will get you a success. So, due to like the fluctuation of some rolls. Unfortunately, there's not a lot of evidence to suggest of there being any particular clues. The only thing that you do see, at least posted in a couple of areas, is some other different written plaques that carry the a variation of the prayers that you've been seeing, which have been the ones that have been described of prior. So you see that in 3 separate locations. You see that posted on the wall right here. You see one posted like right here.
Sorry,
and you see
what are the things that are being posted?
It's 3 separate like plaques that have prayers connected to them.
Sorry.
And so there's one right here.
I would like to ask something that I was kind of trying to ask before, but didn't really have a proper opportunity to.
Oh, yeah, what is it?
Regarding the linguistic size, is it actually written in Sylvan or something else?
So it is written in Elvish. But I know with like Sylvan, they do go off of like an Elvish text. Though with like certain phrases and slangs and stuff like that, it can appear a little bit differently.
Yeah, because here's the thing. I know Undercommon. That uses Elvish script as well.
Yeah, you would actually be able to get different interpretations with the words that you would be reading off on it. For you, it's less of a prayer, but more of a direction to something. Like, praise her name. Sink yourself to a darkened area. Descend these dark depths for truer power. Praise in her name. Showing that, like, it's a set of instructions. More than less of it being a prayer. Yeah. Though, one location, which is separate from the others, which would have been like right around here, that one of you would have noticed, is that it shows an image on the plaque itself. This one is actually one of the more like plaques that are actually a lot more intact, surprisingly. And it does show a picture of a woman standing, or rather floating, in the middle of like an ocean.
Is this the same text? Is this the same text that you saw before?
There. You mean on the statue? Out there?
Yes, and wherever for the others as well.
No, these are all somewhat similar, but they are different. They're small changes. there it is as if it is more of a passphrase, it seems, when put together.
Well, so for clarification, that would be something that only Targ would be able to understand, since he knows Undercommon as a script. For the rest of you, it all looks like prayers in the way that it's phrased.
Oh, I didn't realize Undercommon was in the mix here.
Yeah, that's my specialty, actually. That's the language I know, where you guys know, well, I don't know, Sylvan or Elvish. And for me, this all seems less like prayer and more just utilitarian sort of instruction in a way. I guess it was more directed towards the drow, which the language that I am more versed in is more originated from.
Also, Paarth looks towards the pixie, and then Sylvan says to her, when you are dismissed, please carry my words. Please tell the constable what you've seen and heard.
I guess. No, I'm just joking. Of course I'll do that.
Paarth then looks over to Norelor and switches to common. Can ask your god?
You wish me to try to ask Leon for help?
The dragon nods. Sister, correct?
Correct.
Here. I remove all of the plaques and bring them together so that they can be looked at as one whole cohesive unit. Here.
She'll step outside, trying to keep a large gap between her and the water thing. Then she'll try to pray to Celio and see if she's really willing to say anything about the current situation.
I was a bit hesitant to actually do this before, but I don't think there's much reason for me to not do at this point, so I would actually like to do my spiritual ritual with the whole shaman drum and stuff, you know.
So you're gonna talk to the Silent Lord while she talks to the Saloon?
Well, it's more of me
It's more he has a general commune with spirits.
Yeah.
He's talking to just general spirits nearby. Okay.
Yeah, the dead specifically. Spirits of the dead.
Okay. So I'll go with your thing, Targ, and then I'll do it Norelor. Oh, and I'm sorry, Vlad, were you gonna say something?
Yeah, the only thing that Vlad would do at this point, because he is very, very uncomfortable with this whole situation. Like, his first thought process is, it's quiet. Too quiet. And when Norelor goes to step outside, he pauses a moment and he tries to keep her in his sights.
So because I do not plan on walking away, you guys. It's just
Gonna sit down and pray.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
No, I get that, but considering what has just happened,
I understand.
better safe than sorry. Duh?
Agreed.
Right, time to bring out the drum again.
Yes. So both of you perform your general rituals. One of praying to Saloon, the other one asking to be in contact with the spirits of the dead around this location.
Yeah, life.
As you two begin this location, not this location, I'm sorry. I need everybody to make a wisdom saving throw.
Oh
As
no.
the moment that your prayer, Norelor, begins, you can feel the ground shaking a bit, and a vicious screech can be ringing in all of your ears.
Yeesh.
Ooh.
Ooh, that's not good.
See, I'm going to go ahead and
Luck it.
use. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and luck that one.
Raw wisdom.
Fuck it.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Can I
wisdom
even
saving throw.
concentrate on my thing then?
And
Oh, those weren't good.
I'll throw Dark One's own luck on top of that. 11, which I think is a D10. Looking for it. Yes, 1D10. Okay.
Fuck.
Well, I think I saved this time.
Oh, come on.
Oh my god, that's terrible.
12 on my wisdom save. Wow. Okay, well,
so 25.
Okay, I was trying to have a pray outside the temple just to avoid strange things happening.
It wouldn't have mattered because you're still on Shar grounds. So, yeah, praying to her sister. So I would say for the most part, because of the rolls, Farzong, you would actually not be able to focus on your chanting as the screech is so influencing and piercing that like your hands are forced to grab your head. The only person who's really able to keep it in control is Nenewza, which thank God you were able to. Because as you go to pray and everything kind of goes like dark as like I don't know if you're like closing your eyes or whatnot, if you're keeping your eyes open to help focus.
She probably, as a focusing thing, would have her eyes closed.
Yeah. Even as your eyes are closed, you feel your neck being like gently lifted upwards as a woman in darkish clothing or so just kind of like gently grabs your chin, like lifting your head up or so, as you can see her like when you close your eyelids of just like, you must truly think you are brave acolytes to praise her name in my area. I cannot wait to rip the light from you. Like taking candy from a baby. And you see that like a darkish sort of like dagger is like pulled from her. And as she goes to slash at your throat, it shatters. And from like the kind of like closing your eyes and being pitch black instead, it goes bright. As I would have rolled damage for everybody. Had to be at least one success. So at least one success, so thank Christ. As the ringing and screeching stops. As I'm going to give you all the following condition.
I didn't even get to do my heckin' reaction to the whole thing.
You have a reaction to use, or?
Well, not in that sense, but, you know, for being interrupted.
Mm.
I don't think
What
we
is
really
your
had an
reaction?
opportunity, but go ahead.
I was just gonna do a bit of the drumming and chanting, and then just kind of do the like being my mind being like attacked and.
Well, Elias just said that you were forced to stop drumming to cover your ears because it hurts so much.
Yeah, I was just trying. I was trying to fucking roleplay. Gosh.
That's okay.
Eh,
there wasn't much of an opportunity because of how rapid things went, so which is intentional. So
Yeah,
generally intentional.
it literally interrupted us. None of us could take a reaction. Literally, Renewza didn't
I meant
react.
reaction in the sense that I was trying to play out what was going on, not trying to like. For
alright.
fuck's sake, do you guys not understand?
No, I understand. You wanted to do a role play section in between the middle of it.
But
Yeah.
any rate, here,
Yes.
you were saying.
Anyway. Yes. So
This
because
second drum is not for just show, you know.
anyway, you gain all the following condition. Due to Saloon's protection being cast upon you all, any sort of influence of any sort of shadow magic and sorts that would cause you to be tempted by Shar is automatically negated as you are given Saloon's protection. So, aka the things that have just been recently happening towards you that you've been trying to resist. So,
Well, now.
And as that happens and you kind of recover yourselves and everything, what is everyone's passive perception?
Passive is 17.
18. Oh no, sorry, wrong one. Wrong P. Yeah, there. 12.
Yeah.
14.
Okay, so everyone that had a 15 or higher, which I can't recall who exactly. So anyone had anyone had a 14 or higher. My apologies.
Yes.
You can hear the like some rapids of water nearby, like as if a current is like being like pushing water away. You can actually hear it in the direction of the pond.
Paarth, initially from the reaction here, of course, is in agony because he can't cover his ears, but he flails around for a moment, followed by the sudden relief of the screaming stopping and confusion as he looks all around himself at the sound of the moving water.
Yeah, I thought that was great. You know what? I probably still expect Shaw to try to do something if I pray to Salion. She goes to the group. Is everyone okay?
Okay. That was very disquieting.
Not really. I'm still going to die.
Larzong, this is your opportunity to do your full response. Ace finally was able to finish his thing. You can respond to it now.
I literally don't care anymore.
Ace is the GM. We have to allow him to finish his description, then react to it.
Alright, we're gonna move on here. So
Yeah, we can talk more after. So
Yeah. Any case, Paarth looks towards the pond. I'm assuming that there's nothing visually different as far as Paarth can tell. Especially not approaching it.
So from a distance, no. But do you all decide to try and go back to the pond?
Paarth doesn't feel like it, but what do the others want to?
Well, as of right now, Vladimir is feeling more and more discomfort of the situation. He is feeling more and more tense to the point where when that screech and shaking happens, he doesn't move after it recedes, and he basically almost curled in the fetal position. like on his hands and elbows, curled into a ball with his tail tucked in tightly with his paws over his ears.
Okay.
Mark literally does not care. He just kind of... He feels that there's something going on with the pond, and his earlier suspicions were kind of confirmed. Now that he hears that the waters are moving, apparently, he obviously heads that way immediately. He just ignores everything else.
I go to and check on Vladimir because I did not hear the waters shifting, therefore I have no reason to go back to the pond at this moment. Vladimir, you okay? I bend down and place a paw on his shoulder.
I know he didn't roll the lowest. That would have been Davwyn. That would have been Paarth, but...
Yeah,
because
for Paarth,
of the
failed.
because of the situation, this is becoming more and more frightful for him. Like, almost as frightful as the duplicants. Would it be considered a wisdom save to figure out, to see if he actually responds? Or
Wisdom.
comes to, I should say?
Wisdom does tend to be your literal wits.
Okay. So, let's see what that does. Okay, so he's... As soon as he hears the muffled voices of Valkin and I assume Norelor,
Yeah, so we try to gently shake him as well, just to try and snap him out of it.
as soon as he hears the muffled sounds of both Valkin and Norelor, he slowly begins to relax a little bit, slowly removing his paws from his ears, picking his head up, looking around, and goes, "Is it over?"
It's over.
It appears to be.
Is the monk still moving towards the water?
So as that goes on or so, Targ, I can go ahead and switch on over to you. As you make it over to the waters, where the pond is at, you actually notice that there is a flowing current this time. And from where that you had seen the written prayer and the stairs, it actually becomes a lot clearer that you notice that the water is like water falling off to the sides of the staircase as a latch kind of opens as it looks as if like the waters parted. And it's not like some illusion or so, like you can even like put your foot out or so in like your quarterstaff and it's just, there's no water there anymore. It's just opened up.
There. Well, it's all over, and Vladimir. It seems that our cleric, her faith, seems to have passed some sort of test. I don't know about you, but I feel different. As if there is an aura around me.
This whole thing is giving me heebie-jeebies.
She goes, I don't blame you. This doesn't feel like safe.
You're telling me, and you're the cleric. And yet I'm the one that doesn't have much ties to religion, and I'm seeing all this, and I'm seeing and experiencing all this. Our religion is gun and steel.
Norelor chuckles at that. Well, you seem to have, well, for your job, placing you having still you can place your faith in, it seems well founded. Hey, so I'm not the only one who heard water rushing at the pond, right? And I seem to see Tog's heading that direction. We should probably join him.
There. I look over towards the water. It looks clearer than before.
Are the rest of you going on over there, or is there something else you want to do?
Yep. He is.
Yeah, Paarth will approach very cautiously.
And Vlad is going to stay very close to Paarth, keeping a paw on his shoulder as like a support thing.
Yeah. So as you all make the rest of your way on over, you do notice that Targ is like standing near where the stairs would descend and everything of what was like being described. And you actually all notice the very same thing, that like the waters have parted and kind of like pooling and water falling off to the sides of it, as it looks like there is a clear set of staircases that lead to like an open hatch.
Okay, it's not just me seeing that anymore, right? You guys can see it too?
Here. Yes.
Paarth
I
grabs
was
and nods.
wondering. There. Vladimir, do you see clearer water and a clear path through along the stairway?
And Vladimir's trying to regain his bearings, and he kind of shakes his head a little bit and looks at the pond. I assume he sees the same thing?
Everyone sees it, yeah.
Okay. So, without uttering a word, Vlad just nods.
Well then, you and I aren't having any hallucination there. Seems that we've all been granted passage without invoking a dark entity's name.
So it feels like it might be because the prayer really angered her. So she wants us to get down to where she can do things, you know?
And there. Yeah, maybe so. But, well done. Let's, I don't know how my father would have gone in here, but it's our only clue. I know that he would not have recited such a incantation.
So, yeah, this might be the clues to where Clovis and your father is, and we may not have needed it itself. If the people with him were people who rose up Shaw, they might have just done the prayer in general.
Perhaps. There.
Alright. So, do y'all want to go ahead and descend down and then we continue the session? Or do you want to say we descend and then we call for a part 2?
There. Let's see. Given our time frame here, I think perhaps a part 2 would be appropriate tonight.
But the rest of y'all?
I'm good for either way. If we go, it might go for like, I think it might be for hours more, so if you want to cut here so we don't go too late, I'm okay with that.
I'm good either way.
Yep. I just wasn't too sure because I didn't know if anyone had anything that was going to be occurring here pretty soon or whatnot. So.
No, the only minor addition is just that Paarth is the fact that Paarth can sense from Vlad that despite the bravery that he has on the battlefield, willing to face danger head on, This is scaring the shit out of him.
Yeah, well, this is very much outside of what he dealt with in his Western Rock, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Oh shoot! Actually, you know what? I forgot. I actually did have something going on here pretty soon.
Okay, so we can make
yeah.
it. Okay, so we can make it a part 2, and you can safely go do your thing.
Exactly. Yeah. So I think for the time being, we'll go ahead and describe it as, all of you do decide to descend into the depths and go through the latch or so that's there, which there is like a sort of wooden ladder right at the hatch as you descend down. It is a bit small, so for you, Dav, you have to literally squeeze the whole thing to like be a little careful. And as you all like descend further into the depths, the latch closes and you feel a rushing of water as you are completely covered in darkness as you go downwards for quite some time. And that's where we'll hold it for today. So
All right.
yeah.
And
Okay.
we avoided praying to a dark goddess.
Yeah, we didn't give away our souls to a dark goddess just to go into her swimming pool.
All right. Well, that means that we are going to need someone to raid on off to.
Yeah, let's go ahead and see
So.
who is available.
Yes. If anyone in chat has some suggestions there, feel free to throw them in.
You know, I don't actually have anybody that I know that is live right now. So,
Let's see here. Who do I have on my list? Let's see. There's Lily Jericho who is doing an looks like an extra life stream, or no, maybe this. This is interesting. They're 2022 redeem. Yes, I'm late. Charity Discord. Okay. There.
you said it was Lily Jericho?
Yep. I'll post the name here into chat.
Sure.
Looks like they are making up on an old promise here.
Tomb Raider, correct? The last
Yes.
revelation. Yeah, sounds
That's
good
them.
then. All right, everybody. Well, we'll be going ahead and giving Lily Jericho some love. So, from my end, definitely for everyone, thank you so much for hopping on in today and being able to enjoy this comeback session. And if you are a follower on my end, I have a lovely little raid emote. So if you want to go ahead and use that when you enter in Lily's stream. And then also stay there for a little bit just to help support with some channel points and everything. And yeah.
Happy 2024.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. All right, and from my side, the raid message is going to be the shadows have come to play, followed by your favorite emotes, and we are looking to resume this on the 28th here. Of course, we're going to have some streams in the interim, so be looking forward to that on Ace's side there. He posts up a weekly schedule. My side there, I believe my next stream is with a few of these fine furs here on this coming Wednesday, guys.
I'll be free, so yeah.
And there. All right, so that'd be the 17th, which is D&D of a different variety there with Baldur's Gate.
Yeah, sounds good then. And hope you guys have yourself a good day.
See ya.
Bye-bye.